If y'all don't mind, I would like to have a moment of silence in honor of the fallen soldiers from Afghanistan, the soldiers and Americans and Afghans that are still left trying to lead. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. First order of business be to approve the minutes from last week, August 23rd.
I'll make a motion.
Tim has moved.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Nothing on the consent agenda or miscellaneous motions. So that puts us a few minutes ahead, Jim and Jan. Pronounce your last name for me.
Future warrior.
Good.
Still can't pronounce it.
I was gonna attempt it there. I was just for fun.
Good morning, my name is Jan Hinterweger, and this is my husband Jim. Thank you for allowing us this morning to talk to you about the performance of the road and bridge crew that recently made repairs to the ditch on our road. We wanted to commend the crew, starting with the supervisor, Ryan Durst, who explained what they were going to do, and he was very thorough. Also, the entire crew made up of Clinton Souter, Ben Welta, Nate Watts, Adam Souter, Dale Gifford, Scott Chapman, Casey Volvick, Doug Stevenson, Doug Young, and Katie Keller worked together as a team and did an amazing job. And we've lived there for 15 years at our house, and we're just so excited that the road probably got fixed, and we have a ditch now. So we just wanted to take this opportunity to stop by and let you guys know how great the crew works and how well they work together as a team. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank
What
you.
what address do you live at?
2249 Links Road.
West of Heston Station.
I'm sorry,
West of Heston Station.
west of Hess Station.
Yeah.
I've been down that road for 25 years.
Yeah, just a mile in. They're actually proceeding south of us now on Links Road, which need a lot of repairs too. So I see them working down there, so I'm pretty excited for that road too.
Yeah, those two roads washed out really bad because every time it rains,
Yeah.
so that should correct that problem.
We just wanted to tell you how great you are.
Awesome.
It's good news when you do a little talk report.
Thank you for your time.
It really does.
So Wayne, we're ready when you are, bud.
Okay, sign in here. Be right with you. Oh, looks like we might have found our basket. Otherwise, we had to use the lid.
Supposed to be putting tomatoes in them, but it's this time of year.
Yeah. We got those too.
Where was the basket went?
That's right. I think it's there. So, all right. Couple things. would be just a memo on an accident report. So first, good morning, missed you guys on that one. Good morning. Construction zone. So on, let's see, just some discussion points first would be the pneumatic roller. Just had an accident on that one. The rollover protection structures being inspected. It was being inspected last week. We'll see if there's any costs associated with that. Called out Saturday for a stop sign on Old Highway 50 in Native. And just for information, it's going to be a cross-country meet. That's going to be over there by the John Redmond, down below the dam, Thursday. Also, Federal Fund Exchange. This is an annual fund exchange. Coffee County is eligible for $83,783.31 with the exchange rate of 90 cents. This was something that was changed a couple of years ago. They were doing 75 cents. Basically, Kansas Department of Health or the Kansas County Highway Association was a big part of that. KAC was a big part of that, and got to change that one to 90 cents for the state fund exchange. So that made us available for this year for $75,404.98. Now, what the federal fund exchange, just a little history on that, is it used to be their 5-year program where actually you would save up that fund and actually be replacing large structures. So it'd be like their 5-year program. So they added up. Then they said, okay, well, we really don't want to do that anymore. If you'd like to go ahead and get the money to spend on your gravel roads or chip seal roads and such as that, we can make the federal fund exchange available money to you annually. But you still can save the money, but it's kind of went away from that 5-year bridge program that it used to be. That was one of the big changes. This will be something that I'll be turning in this week, be signing it and moving forward. 2018 was the one where we agreed the master agreement allowing me to sign this annual federal fund exchange. So information there. Motion wise, then we have no road permits, no zoning permits. Angie had called, asked about the fall cleanup week for the landfill. And so what we have is October the 11th through the 16th is what we discussed. And we have a motion that goes with that, something we've always done. So first one's going to be that motion. The other one's going to be the part-time office support associate. And then the other motion would be the biannual bridge inspection. I'm just ahead by about a month on that request, but chose to go ahead and get moving on that one since we're going to have some changes in the office. And then also groundwater monitoring. Once again, I'm about a month ahead on that one too. But
So first motion 2021-53, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move today's date October 11th through the 16th, 2021, as fall cleanup week, and request the county clerk to publish notice of same. I'll move.
I'll second.
John seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
and on the next one, what I have, Tom, is I have the existing table organization chart. So you would have that in front of you. The next one would be the table organization chart would be just a change What you're seeing there is discussion that you had last week and request to go ahead and change the table organization chart. That was because of the zoning administrator moving from the highway department to economic development. And so with that, that change would be this table organization chart. And the biggest one you're gonna see on that is, I mean, really the only change that you see on that one would be the zoning administrator. Keeping in mind the zoning administrator was half-time zoning administrator, half-time cost accounting clerk was where the zoning administrator was.
You had told us once upon a time that she was doing very little county work. She was doing all zoning.
Yes,
So-
on the table organization chart, her, yes, she's mostly zoning at this point.
Well,
She's filled in as she needs to do.
well, I don't see where we need to have a full-time employee to replace her at this point in time.
It won't be, it'll be just part-time. So the motion reflects basically a part-time, office support.
Is there not time available to the clerical personnel in your office to fulfill the 5% of time that maybe she did fulfill county highway department obligations?
I see where you're going on that, Commissioner, but what I would ask that, if you'd like, we could hold on that one. But what I'd also say too, there's always been this discussion about, okay, staff, where do you need to be as far as your numbers, so on. I would ask that, you really have, as it keeps coming up, I mean, it's definitely something of interest to the commission, it's interest to us as well. But why not have a work session? Let us sit down with you, and then we can discuss what we're doing, and if you're finding different ways that you'd like to do things within the highway department, that would give us an opportunity to visit both ways. So we both understand, one, understand what you're wanting, and two, if you can understand how we're doing things, because ultimately, if you reduce staff, you reduce services, is kind of where you're at. Or you change the organization another way and still maintain the same services too.
Well, I'm going off of somebody that was maybe putting 5% of their time into the county highway department, and 95% of it was into the zoning and stuff like that. And I mean,
That grew really in the last year or so, as far as taking on more of the
Right.
zoning side of things.
but somebody else has been doing that job up until now.
People have taken on more responsibility such as that.
That's why I don't think
So-
there's probably too many people that's overworked. I find that in many office settings, but
That's where I would like to have that, basically that sit down in that work session. So we can both work
You and I
on it.
talked 2 weeks ago about this same subject quite a while, and I know where Jesse's coming from, probably all of us. Based on what we've been told here the last several months, that, her responsibility toward road and bridge was pretty light. This may be one point in time, maybe we need to step back and not retain that half person. And maybe a work session is probably gonna be good, as, it's been quite a bit of discussion about, what's that magic number, 52, 50, 48, 46? Nobody really knows. But maybe try to come up with a plan to shoot towards ultimate goals, in 4 years. Of course, we're gonna have, a different person in charge of the road and bridge supposedly a year from now.
Mhm.
And whether we take some steps to put something in place now, or wait till that new individual comes on board, that might even be the best time to start negotiating. Some framework for 5 years down the road. I'd probably like set tight on this position myself right now too.
On the other two, I'd like to set tight on it because I see a lot of changes coming in road and bridge over the next year. So,
Are you in favor of the work session?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I would really like to think that we could do that. Maybe schedule something in a couple of weeks if you'd like. I think you'll have a better idea of what we're doing. And then you may have some suggestions as well as how we may think about things that we're doing. So I think it's gonna basically be a great opportunity to work both together. Mine would be what time would work for you, because maybe in a couple of weeks, maybe what we could do is after your regular meeting, just go into a work session and allow me to bring my support staff to come in and visit about the projects that we're doing and the things we're doing and how we're doing it.
I don't think anybody's concerned with your project. It's the personnel.
No, I'd say it's just basically our operations.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only reason I talked about the project, just our operations.
So as far as me, Mondays are, like I say, dedicated. I mean, we can have our regular meeting, take lunch, come back and do a hour and a half, 2 hour, whatever it takes.
Oh, that'd be great.
My thinking is, you're the department head, you answer to us, your staff doesn't answer to us, so I don't see any reason why we need your staff in here.
A work session, I believe, is going to give light to all the projects and how we basically staff the projects, how we work the projects. So I think it does allow basically a greater understanding. I mean, I can tell you about all of our projects, I can give you a list, but I don't believe you're really going to have a feel for it until you have an understanding of the day-to-day operation. Mine is not the day-to-day operation, mine is the organization and operation of the department. The day-to-day operation, the assignments that are given out daily are the things that you're gonna learn from. So if you'd like, maybe 2 weeks, that we could schedule that.
Yeah.
And if it'd be after lunch, then we could visit and have that set in.
But I guess the main, I think that conversation would be advantageous, but I think that still the concern is on the office side that your zoning administrator, what you told us before, that was doing basically 95% of her time spent down there at your office was doing zoning and being a zoning administrator, very little was clerical as far as your payroll. So I think they're questioning if she's doing 95% of zoning, why would you need a half-time person to pick up that other 5% of clerical, of payroll clerk?
Okay.
Well, I think that's the main concern, correct me if I'm
Right,
wrong.
I think we're getting off when you want to bring your staff in to tell us what time I'm telling you do this, this, and this. That's not what our concern is. Our concern is more so the clerical staff and so forth. I think we're trying to get off of basically the key point. It might have been kind of like Tom, I think that's where we're headed.
And that's a key point, but I think the study session would still be good, just for the fact that you're gonna be retiring. We're gonna have to make a decision whether we're gonna hire another county engineer, whether we're gonna contract one as needed. I mean, there are some things that need to be probably clarified and answered to. And I think I've even asked the question before is, how many people does it take to just do your normal yearly maintenance, not counting doing a Matthias Lake project or a major ditch project here, just pipe culverts, chip seal, mowing, signing, your normal, just maintenance stuff. Exclude everything else that you do. So, I mean, how many people does that take?
I think that work session allow us to get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, and that would be, I mean, if you send 5 people out to do whatever, it's relevant, yet it's irrelevant to me. I mean, again, I would just want to know how many people does it take to do the normal maintenance, and I'm not saying we're gonna, lay everybody off that you don't need. I'm just saying, as people retire, we can gear to that mindset. So,
No, I totally agree.
So the study session is not a bad idea.
Mhm.
But again, I think the main point right now is, do you really need a part-time payroll clerk, accounting clerk, whatever you're gonna call it here, I forgot, I'm sorry, to be added when you, like I say, Heidi was only basically doing 5% of that to begin with, because she was 95%. zoning.
Mhm.
So I think that's the question.
Office support
If-
is the terminology.
Yeah.
If I can, I don't believe I've ever said 95%. I said that basically she was going more towards zoning. She's been doing a lot of zoning activities here in the last year.
No,
I
I just
don't-
threw 95% out there, I apologize.
Yeah, no, it started with Commissioner Knight. But the thing was that if you take a look here in the last year or so, I mean, she's had a couple cases and some of them was even, contested in court. So it has taken a lot of time. People basically pick up the slack as they need to. My request would be to not make a decision on this one until we have a work session.
Okay.
I mean, it's a bigger picture than just saying, you got two people in there now, can they not do all the work? Well, when you also have 10% of your staff that's on either vacation or sick leave in a given day, I don't actually have 52 people there right now. So you have to take into account that as well. So I would ask that if you'd like, we can go ahead and table the organization and also the part-time. And then in 2 weeks, we have a work session. It doesn't change what you've already done as far as moving
Right.
Heidi over to that one. The table organization, I feel that really if we're gonna have this picture, then let's basically see what the picture actually is gonna look like. Let's have that work session first before we start making decisions on cutting the table organization chart. I mean, any part of it.
I think best thing, just go ahead and set up a work session for 2 weeks.
Right.
Myself.
I agree with that.
So will the 13th work for you, Wayne?
Yes,
It looks like it's a regular meeting with nothing exceptional going on, although we never know what's going on.
But again, we can break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock and do this. So, again, my Mondays are dedicated solely to this.
Okay, good. How long will it last? I would say if it just put us on the tail end of whatever the regular meeting
No, I
would
meant I'll put you on last.
be. Put me on last, absolutely.
So we're skipping 1549 on your motion, and going to 51. So 2021-51, based upon the recommendation of county engineer, move to approve the county engineer's request for proposals for county 2022 biannual bridge inspection and analysis from B&G Consultants, Cook, Platt, Strobel, and Schwab Eaton engineering firms.
Do we have you're talking about the 6 main bridges, or how many bridges is involved in this?
261 bridges,
So this is all the bridges.
including the city.
And we do it every 2 years?
Yes, sir.
Is there any way to stretch that out? What's the cost of it? What's the annual cost of it?
Last time we had done it, basically in 2020, the prices came in at $86.50 from BG and $87 from Cook, Platt, and Strobel. Schwab Eaton did not submit a bid. So price was $22,576 versus $22,707.
22,000?
Yes, sir.
And there's no way for that, no reason for that to be extended out 3 or 4 because of statute or because of
Okay, state mandate.
state mandates?
Yeah.
With that, I'll move that we let it go out for bids for those 3. I mean, it's something we do every 2 years.
I'll second.
Bob moved, Tim is seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Next one, 2021-52, based upon the recommendation of county engineer, move to approve the county engineer to solicit requests for proposals for groundwater monitoring services, 2 events per year, and annual beach aid monitoring, which is again another mandate that you have to do.
Yes, sir.
So,
Have we ever had anybody but not Blackhawk, but what,
Blackstone is
Blackstone.
one we've used, last couple times.
have we had anybody else do that?
We've had, SCS, do that as well.
So there are others besides Blackstone.
Yeah. And really what you're wanting, I mean, there's more that you can look at. But also what you're wanting to do is make sure that you have a consultant that is familiar with your site, okay? I mean, so I'm gonna just say some of the obvious reasons for that, because if you don't, then they're gonna find problems that may not be problems. They're gonna have lack of knowledge of history of sampling that was not a problem clear up to this point. And so basically it could cost you more.
What does this usually cost?
16,900 Blackstone. Have
Twice
put
a
in.
year?
Yes, and that's for a two-year basically contract.
And we're not paying 16,000 twice a year, are we?
No, that would be the total cost.
That's still
Divided by two.
Divided by two.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But I know Blackstone had been, I've heard their name ever since I've been here of doing that. I
Yes.
just wonder if, since, do we really want to put this one out for bids, or we want to continue with someone that's been doing us a good job because they prevented us from having a lot of conflicts?
As far as professional services, you do have professional services, what we call basically engineers, geologists would be fall into play of that, also architects. But what you have to do is either one is you can make that selection because they are the best professional service. But then also what you're doing too is what you're calling intellectual property is the reason why they're professional services, is they're using their experience and understanding of how to basically help you or assist you in your project. And so that's where you have professional services that you can kind of do away with the bidding process. But when you have something like this, that all they're doing is going in and grabbing the samples, taking those to a lab, it is not intellectual property. It's just basically a technical requirement. And so something like that, I think would be hard to basically say, we're going to just hire you to do this for us. That's why we put it through the statutes to basically put it through the bidding process. Now, we can still come back and say best bid, what we would prefer through all of this, that may be a higher price, but we could just still do that.
If they discover that you're not putting it out for bids, you might be surprised what the bid might go to. So to me, if it's over $10,000, we need to.
That's kind of where you go, following your
we need to
guidelines.
Put it out for bids, I think.
The next one, SCS last time they had done it, I mean, we only used Blackstone and SCS. And that's because basically the principal officers in that company have been at the ground floor of starting our landfill. So Mike Kukuk was basically an owner of the company at that point. Wasn't Blackstone, he branched off and basically created Blackstone. But he was an owner of that company that basically built our landfill. And so he's been basically one that we stayed with. SCS, also, there was a gentleman in that company that was with the very beginning, but he branched off to SCS. SCS was $27,200. To be honest, if you're wanting to be honest, always honest, but to basically SCS, that price right there, the $27,200, is what you would really pay to do that service. Blackstone at $16,900 is basically, they're doing the service the way it should be done, but there's nothing left there for profit to kind of speak of. So that's bare bones on their bid or on their price for what they do.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make the motion for 2152, and after we get the request proposals, we can do this discussion in between whoever comes in.
I agree.
Yep.
So Bob move.
Second.
Jesse seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, construction zone. At this point, Jeff went up Friday and picked up the distributor. And so this is the distributor that we had the pump go out. They found actually some type of metal screening that was in the system. It was what went into the pump and basically damaged the pump where it had to be totally replaced. So they were able to remove all of that, replace the pump, and then as they found that screening, they had to basically flush the rest of the system out to get all those metal
Have
pieces
any
out.
idea where that comes from?
They're looking into it, but at this point, no. They're looking into it. We have returned the distributor to Anderson County, and so they're back into starting their chip seal. We are behind compared to basically the previous years. And so we are moving to our 8s here next week. That would be back to our 5/8. But we're also looking at, and I'll report if we do that, we do change. But we are also looking at possibly extending the 410s if we need to, but it'll be something that we'll be working out within our organization and see if we can make that work or not. Because it's not just a chip seal crew, it's also a support, and that would be the truck group as well. So just looking into it at this time. Otherwise, we're, as you can see, basically in construction zone, unless you have any questions, the locations where they're at. Zurich, from 8 to 9 was pretty much finished except for seating here last week. It's not on the construction zone, but one that you're aware of. Quite a bit of work was done, but it was discussed. We needed to basically improve that ditch because it
To
just
fix
wasn't
it right,
safe.
there's probably water drainage down through there. It was gonna take some work.
Yeah.
And some riprap to control it, so.
Yes, we were putting the riprap in, or had to put the riprap in, so this one. That's all I have, unless you have anything.
Wayne, last week, we paid a bill to BG for approximately $8,000, mostly on that bridge there, South Leroy.
Okay?
And I've seen those people in there working, they were checking underneath. You know, a year ago, we had 6 bridges, we spent a little over $1 million on to get them resurfaced, get them brought up to where they'd last longer. Is that bridge gonna fail quicker than what our projection is?
That was,
Because when we spent the $300,000 on it last year, my understanding is it was gonna extend the life of that bridge out several years, how many I don't recall.
Right.
But I know they were underneath of it because I seen the crane, everything was underneath.
that's our only, actually, we're replacing the one over on 6A, but that's our only fracture critical bridge that we have in the county. And by being a fracture critical bridge, that is special inspection by KDOT. And a fracture critical bridge requires you to be within arm's reach of basically the members of the structure. And so that's the reason why they go up underneath it, and they're just right there in the
I was
basket.
kind of surprised it's back in that quick after we did all the work a year ago, because they were underneath then.
But the fracture critical bridges are on basically a 1-year cycle, 2-year cycle.
To replace that bridge, the time frame to replace it,
That was the discussion I
12
had
months,
about,
14 months?
yeah, that was a discussion I had about a month ago, is to say that was one of our bridges that we need to be considering replacing.
Is a 13-mile trip around that for 12 months.
Yes, sir.
Need to reroute that.
Yes.
Probably, in my opinion, need to redo it like they did 40 years ago. Lay the old bridge in place.
Yes.
And,
That's one of the options, is
because that's gonna
basically
be,
realign
that'd
it.
be a huge undertaking,
But the
going
13,
through 2 horses of all the grain that comes from the south.
When we were talking about budget, that was the reason why I was wanting to basically have that $2 million in the special bridge fund, because that's gonna be $1 million just for that bridge. It's the only fracture critical. We only have, basically, you have only 2 members that's supporting the bridge, 2 girders.
so, but the 13 mile, that's from the south edge of the bridge around to the north edge of the bridge, right? Which,
Basically,
which
you
a
get back
vast,
on
very
around,
few
yeah.
people live right at the south edge of it, so it's not gonna be a 13 mile deal for a vast majority of people.
It'll be a 9-mile trip,
Yeah,
but the worst of it's a safety.
Don will have the worst of everybody.
I'm
So
sorry, Bob.
you will have the worst of everybody. You will have the longest distance of anybody, basically.
There's something else on that one, Bob. I know what you're saying as far as the residents, but the roads themselves, the detour around it are very narrow. We had that issue when we were doing the bridge deck onto it. So when they take First Road and they actually go over, I believe it's the 12th, and then they come up that road, that's a very narrow road, and it also has quite a bit of hills. So you're talking about farm traffic, and it's just not a safe
What
route.
about where we put the new bridge in, go east and in? We put the new bridge in there on the county line.
Yes. Well,
Couldn't that be a detour around?
That's the detour we're using.
yeah, that
That's
would
the
be the
one you're
detour that
using.
we're using
That's
now.
the
And
detour.
the other one would be going west over to,
But that detour, what I was referring to there, Bob, was that particular detour is a very unsafe detour because the roads are narrow and the terrain is hilly in those locations. So it's not a safe detour one way or the other. It may not be exactly 13 miles to get back to the point which you cannot access the bridge, but it's still considerable distance for a detour. It would rank high on basically bridge replacements just because of the length of bridge, just because of the length of detour. That is $1 million bridge. It's the only fracture critical bridge that you have. You're paying $8,000 every 2 years to have that basically inspected. So you can imagine what the folks in western Kansas have fracture critical bridges, which are a tremendous amount of them, that have to spend considerable amount of money within their budget just basically do the inspection on them.
so most.
We only have
So
one.
most of them would just close them.
They have done
But
that,
they can't
and then they're
afford it.
looking at
They
like
can't
a
afford it.
4-mile radius is
Right.
what some of their discussion was. So, but we're not in that shape. But we do have one fracture critical bridge, and that's the one that we need to replace. And it needs to start talking about, and that was the discussion I had at the budget, as our budget prep time, is basically it's gonna take 5 years to get that to the point where you actually have a set of plans to start replacing the bridge. Because there's gonna be a lot of discussion on how you're gonna be able to do it, as far as either doing an offset alignment, keep the old bridge, and then place another bridge at a different location, on that stream.
I'm not opposed to fixing the bridge.
Yeah, no,
I'm not opposed to it. But
it's just,
what I think some people need to realize sometimes it's gonna be a little inconvenience to make things better down the road.
most of our construction is a temporary inconvenience, there's no question.
Construction.
Most of our construction is. So,
You're talking about an inconvenience for
the
hundreds
traffic.
of thousands of grain that comes up that road. It's gotta go travel, 8 miles of gravel road that's totally unsafe. No two semis meeting side by side, there's no way they can meet.
No. And, hopefully you try to make that.
If you're familiar with that detour, it's not a good deal.
But it's, if you don't plan, you ask how long is this gonna last? I mean, that's a crystal ball type
I
question, but,
understand, it's crystal ball.
but it is one of those where it's kind of like, okay, in time and years, it does meet that time criteria where you need to start looking at it. The other fact that you've got a fracture critical member, so if one member, you have a flood and you have one member hit by a tree, takes it out, you take out that whole bridge. I mean, that's what you're dealing with. And so when you have that type of basically infrastructure, that type of bridge, you need to do everything you can. One is to maintain it, and then two, you need to try to get rid of it off your inventory for another bridge. And that's where we're gonna be at. It is a major corridor, major traffic area within our county. It is one that we need to replace at some point. But we're starting that. You should see a motion here before long as far as taking requests for proposals on that one. I believe I listed 2 other bridges as well. I had a total of 3 bridges.
I remember.
All right. Hopefully I was able to answer your questions. All right,
Thanks,
so 2 weeks, we'll have a study session.
That'd be fine.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir, Richard.
Greetings,
Greetings.
this is where I get to make a lot of friends.
We don't have friends.
Why? No, I'm pretty sure we don't. I guess the beginning comes back to, why was I elected? it appears to me that people want to change. And change causes problems sometimes, because no matter what you change or what you do, some people are happy, some are not. I mean, even when the government was giving out free money, there were people angry that they were getting money. So no matter what we do, something's gonna be wrong somewhere. And I think the next reason why I was elected has to do with my experience at problem solving. And so that, because when I was elected, obviously, all these people knew that I was not gonna come in and sit up front and take people's taxes or give guidance to the girls up front. The staff up there knows exactly what they're doing, they're very good at it. They don't need my help. What we do need my help with is solving other problems going around and taking care of the office in general. So that being said, I want to be more proactive as opposed to reactive. And the best proactive measure I can take right now is to say, is there any way we can postpone this tax sale? Because I don't like where things are. And I know it says Mike Skillman on there, and I was gonna come in and ask some things about that. But it has to do with everybody. I found just while I was working with Tanya upstairs, one gal who is paying taxes on a property, but she's not the listed owner, but she's only paying on 2 pieces. I don't know what the deal is, whether she's a daughter of someone that's passed away, or if this person is in a nursing facility somewhere, maybe she even lives there at home. But one deed has 3 parcels on it. 4 parcels, I think there's 4 parcels on one deed. Anyway, this deed is split up amongst things. Before the last treasurer left, she had said she wasn't happy because she thought some of the other things were not done correctly as far as listing of parcels and being in the newspaper correctly. I'm not comfortable with it, and for it to be my office and we're still going forward, that doesn't make me happy. And I know you're not here to make me happy, but I'm not comfortable with it, and I don't want to put my name on putting more people's names in the paper. And we are far enough along that if we postpone this until, the best time to actually have it on a treasurer's calendar is probably the 2nd week of July, if you want the truth. But if we postponed it, then we could actually add in this last year's worth of taxes that some people haven't paid. And the one person who's really not gonna be happy with me would be the one whose name is listed, Mike Stillman, because he's gonna have another year's worth stuck on top of things as well. So it's not like it's the good old boy system, which I heard several times over the weekend, just because I'm out talking to people. They're saying, wow, you're just trying to help. I'm not. I want to make sure everything is done correctly and fairly amongst all of these folk. And so I know some of them, they don't care, they're angry, they don't want to pay taxes, but we have to pay taxes to do things. And anyway, that's where I am. What are your thoughts on that part?
Have you talked to Chris at the company
I've tried.
that we retained in order to get his input on your?
I'm waiting.
I'm not throwing water.
I'm waiting to hear from him to see what he would say on that.
I talked to Chris here
And I talked to
probably
him on
6
Friday.
weeks ago when we knew that you were coming in and, Karen was
Mhm.
stepping down. And I don't remember the total discussion at that time, but, we got either 29 or 39 parcels in the paper, and there's been 8 or 10 of them that's been paid. Now, how many's been paid here in the last month, I have no
We
idea.
have 23 still on the list.
I'm sorry?
There will be, there's 24 right now, but one gal has called
Okay.
to get hers taken
Is that
off. We have to wait for the credit card to clear, but
Because I think when I talked to him, it was at 39, if I remember correctly, it might have been 20. But I knew there had been some paid, and he didn't know the last payment numbers either.
right. So that would be 23 affecting 17 people. And there's several that have multiple
Yeah.
parcels.
Have you had problems getting your calls returned?
Not really. It's just most of this idea happened Friday, and Friday afternoon is not a good time to reach anybody. And so whether I was trying to talk to Bobby or to Wade or to Chris, trying to get their input, their opinions on how things work. Anyway, that's where I am. I don't think any of them know I'm here asking for this. And I'm hoping to talk to Chris soon, so I could probably come back next Tuesday and say, hey, here's where that would stand and what his opinion would be. But he said they had a few things to iron out still before we could ever go forward. But by the time that is, we're already going to be past the deadline and people are going to be late on the taxes again. So if we put it off, then we'd have another half a dozen, I'm guessing. And my goal in this is to have a sale every 2 years and to hopefully keep that within the county. Not have to hire out somebody else and get things messed up, but it would work between, the attorney's office and our office. And the best time to actually have that is the beginning of July. Just due to everything else happening within the office and different things that pop up.
The last time I visited with Chris, and I've never met the gentleman, I don't think unless he was here presentation-wise, I don't remember, but he said everything would proceed and move ahead on a scheduled basis, other than parcels that were still unpaid had to be listed three times.
Mhm.
And he said the time frame, as far as he was concerned, was still fall in place. I don't recall that exact time frame. Whether it was late September or early October, I don't recall.
Yeah, he hasn't told me yet either. I'll see him next week, but
I think it'd be good to have, my opinion, I think it'd be good to have his opinion, whether it'd be best to move it up 1 year and bring more tax obligations or liabilities back in and collect more. But
like I said, the biggest.
I'm willing to listen to both sides of it myself. Do we proceed ahead, or is it best interest for us to wait next year?
Because getting the money out into the entities that need it is the best way.
Yeah.
But, we're close enough now to whatever deadline for people to be late that is it really gonna hurt that much more? We're out, almost $150,000 just on skilled properties. Everybody else's are small. There are, I think, 2 others that are over 10,000, and then there's a few that are less.
Yeah. There's only 2 or 3 that's got the 90% of it probably.
Yeah, there's 5 that are over 10 grand.
5.
3 of those are up in the suburbs.
My opinion is the treasurer and this company have been working together. We really haven't been involved in it
Right.
much, so my opinion is that you work with them and whatever you guys feel is best. And I think Wade was involved maybe a little bit with it, but if you 2, the 3 of you, I think that's your call. Yeah, we support it. We when it all came about, I think it was the treasurer brought it up this time, so that's fine. So that's my opinion is that it's not our, I don't want to be nosing into what's going on because it's none, until you guys get figured out, I guess it's really none of my business.
And I was hoping to have it figured out by now, but like I said, early Monday morning is not a big time to get back with somebody else.
Monday mornings and Friday afternoons are horrible.
So why do you need?
But
Monday
It's only a
morning?
3-day work week.
So why do you need Monday morning?
So we don't meet Friday afternoons.
But I don't know, we hired this firm to take care of all this for us, and I don't know, I'm kind of stuck on the fence right now as to which side to jump on, but
And like I said,
I would like to see it proceed ahead, but if the firm comes in and says they've got some I don't have,
well,
for lack of better terminology, misrepresentation on what's actually being sold and why, or
well,
timeframes, or whatever it is.
Tanya from upstairs was talking to them and said, well, we know that, I don't know, she didn't tell me how many, but she said, we know some of these are not correct in the newspaper. And they said, well, that's no big deal. That was my thought. You're kidding, right? We can just put whatever in the newspaper and, well, the actual deeds will have the correct information. Well, like I said, one deed has 4 different parcels on it, 2 of which are in the sale and 2 are not.
I would think the description would have to be correct.
One
That
would
you
think
advertise
that.
in the paper.
You would think that, but apparently according to the attorney, he said, oh, that's no big deal. That's one of those things I'm not comfortable with, and I would love to see why that is not a big deal. And I want to make sure that they are correct. So while I would like to move forward with it, yes, and collect money and say, hey, look, I did this, I don't want that to happen. If something is not right within it.
Yeah, something's not right. Then,
Sounds to me
yeah.
like we need to do some more discovery to bring it back to us next Tuesday.
Is there any way to bring whomever from that firm in, have them come?
Well, I know Chris can because he's got a big presentation next week in Wichita, and that's where I'm gonna see him at.
And basically, they're just, if I remember correctly, they're just working off of, basically what they sell, that's not a set fee, am I correct in that statement?
Right, for what's collected.
What's collected, so,
I think it's $350 per parcel.
okay. I mean, if we actually had a contract with them or we're kicking out money, I'd be a little more concerned, but if it's that way, then there's some leeway, I guess, what I'm saying.
And so I have no problem using them up to the next one, but after that, I feel fairly confident that we would be able to run it in-house going forward every couple of years and keeping the numbers down, and being proactive in getting things paid as opposed to, well, you know, it's been 10 years, maybe we should go back and try and catch up.
Yeah. Okay.
It's never a good thing.
No.
Well, I think you need to visit with them, since you're gonna have the opportunity to visit next week with them and see where it's at and what they're thinking and what it is. And if they feel they want to come in and talk to us, fine. Or if they want to tell you everything you need to know, I'm sure that you can relay that to us in good confidence, so.
I feel the same.
So I guess pencil me in for Tuesday. I will talk to a bunch of different people and we'll figure out exactly what direction, hopefully at that time.
But you're not gonna be visiting with him until next week, though.
Well, I'm gonna talk to, I'll see him face to face next week. But yeah, I'll be discussing things on the phone over the next couple days. So I'll have some information for Tuesday.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, that's basically all I have is.
So yeah, if we have misrepresentation in the paper, that's probably not a good thing.
There were, in the beginning, there were, I don't know, half a dozen people calling in, why am I in the newspaper? Now, that's my property that's listed, it has somebody else's name. And so that's where things started
Okay.
on the downhill side. And so without my getting to look at all of them and making sure, I just don't feel comfortable doing that. And Tanya was the same way. She said, you know, I can't tell you why, but it's not comfortable with me yet either.
Okay.
And I do realize Karen wasn't comfortable with that either. So.
Yeah, she was.
So, I mean, that's three of you that's not comfortable with it, so that pretty much, so it's not just you.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
Thanks, Richard.
thank you.
Thank you. Was Aaron supposed to be here?
No,
Okay. So we do have a break at 10, it's 10 till 10, we can go ahead and do a 10-minute break and come back and do the rate hearings.
we'll have to wait till 10:30.
We will have to. wait
But
till 10.
Lindsay Perry wants to come visit with you guys, so maybe I can have her be down here at 10,
Let me know.
okay? You wanna take a break now?
Sure.
Yes.
We can always start signing too. You know, if there's still more time, we can start signing up until the hearing. It's just we can't do it before the time advertised.
I see.
Can't jump ahead and
Yeah, I forgot, that's one of those critical times, and critical things.
Yeah.
probably can't run away either.
Stay on schedule.
I want to test it, and I want them to come in and see what it is. I just want they, if they come in and test positive, we'll file charges.
From what this guy, evidently, first gotten out or something.
I don't know.
Word's gotten out or she.
Hey, what's up? Oh, I mean, I just don't know how to box it all up, you know what I mean? Oh, okay. You got it. Right, okay. Did, how's everything go test wise? Okay, they haven't gotten back, you know, yet. Okay. Okay, okay, I'm sure they'll be in touch. So, all right, talk later. Bye. Yeah, would be. Oh. Oh, no, just get back in and jump into the fun festivities of the day. Tim, you guys might be taking, Chris's truck in for her to Topeka as soon as it gets cleaned out. So, and I don't know, I'm assuming it can be released now, so there was some stuff found that I brought along and all, so. Yeah. I just want to make sure it's all clean. So, I go ahead and thank you. Bye.
See, there's that.
You're here.
Oh, really? There's ways around it. Oh. Oh, they type out no and everything. Yeah. It is. There's nothing free. No. There's no free thing. There's no I got a halo above my head.
Was tempted to ask a question. You know, I got a lot of respect. He's done a lot of work. When I was at the elevator, he built the basement of my house. I got a lot of respect for him. But he's gonna get his tax straight. I'm kind of surprised they put his name on the agenda.
Yeah.
Here, and you can start paying it off, you can start paying the insurance out, so it's fine. And the policy says it's gonna take time. So it's only fair enough.
They have their own policy.
So it's- That's why
Yeah, they have their own, as far as that. They fall under a different category, if you will. You know, it's like the amount of hours, I think, a sheriff deputy works or whatever, their salary is based off of 48 hours in a week or something, supposed, you know what I mean? Yeah, so I mean, I think it's a statute law thing, so.
Forgot to shut my phone off, at least it didn't ring for the last time. You know, there's two times on there, at 10:30 and 10:45. Can we do the second part before 10:45?
Yeah,
Probably not, we're gonna be sitting there 10 minutes.
well, we can sign some stuff.
Pardon?
We can sign some stuff. Sorry, I was reading Wade's text, so. We are back. And Lindsay's got something to share with us?
Sure. Hi, just wanted to update everybody. We are going to attempt to host our 23rd COVID vaccine clinic. We're looking at doing that in the second week of September. I won't share the date and time of that until we have secured the location. And we're also making sure that we can get the vaccine on time with the holiday shipping changes from KDHE, so we want to make sure that we can get it on time. So we're hoping to have that the second week of September. We have tried to order the FDA-approved vaccine Comirnaty, and it is not available. There's no contract between CDC and KDHE or CDC and the manufacturer for that actual approved vaccine. The state says we can interchange the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine with that. The label will not say Comirnaty.
So we're working with KDHE on exactly what forms and what consent people will be signing, but we will host a Pfizer clinic. So we plan to do 1 to 2 of those a month. We will probably not do any in October because we really will be focusing on flu during that month. So we'll try to do flu clinics the same. Right now, we are working very hard to make sure we are meeting our statutory requirements. One of those being isolation and quarantine. We are working like mad to make sure we are doing our job there. And as we can, we are also trying to meet our statutory requirement for school inspections. We are required to do those. And so those are the 2 priority items on our agenda. Hosting a vaccine clinic is not our statutory requirement, but we will do our best, but it might mean that I need more help. If I could have permission to ask other departments to help with that, like we have in the past, that would be great. And if I need to do some part-time contractual for that as well, that would be great. At this point, I think that's what we need to happen in order to get this work done that's not statutory required. We're able to see a few patients here and there. We are working on our continuity of operation plans to where we're focusing certain staff on certain responsibilities at certain times so that we can do some of that non-statutory required work. But at this time, we're really having to focus on those 2 requirements. We're working very, very much with the schools on getting a testing option up and going for them. So that is taking some of our time as well. So again, we're doing the best that we can, but there are times that we need more help. In the past, we've used people from appraisers, emergency management. I think we have an asset that would really help us up in the treasurer's office. So I just would like your permission if that's okay that we start asking for help when we need it. Case counts, I think we left Friday with 34 active. We have potentially over 14 recoveries today, but then 10 new cases on the fax this morning. So it's just a constant cycle in and out. We're working on it. So what needs to happen in order for me to have a thumbs up for getting help from other departments? Do I ask you? Do I ask department heads? How does that work?
I would say as long as the commission approves. I mean, I don't think there's any issue.
I'm not sure we even need it.
I don't even think we need it. You're just looking for volunteer help, right?
Well, during work hours.
Yeah, during work hours, as long as their job can.
Okay. So work with
Be able to
department heads
hold
to
them.
see if they can, ask the people that have already helped us before. So I think with the upcoming vaccine clinics, we will do them differently. We will just say we will be here from this time to this time. There won't be a sign up. It'll be prime doses only, first dose only. The reason being the booster doses right now, as I read it in the authorizations on Friday, boosters are only allowed for very certain people. They're only allowed for organ transplants and certain immunocompromising conditions. So, and they're eight months out from the first dose. So at this time, we need to work with Dr. Sloyer on what that looks like. I don't anticipate it would be large scale clinics like we did in the past. I think those would be very targeted and probably actually best done at their position. But we will work with Dr. Sloyer on that to make sure we're meeting the recommendations of the FDA. So, but it does not appear in what I read in the authorizations that large scale booster clinics are what is being authorized right now. That is not the case. So.
So go back on the FDA approved drug is called what?
Comirnaty.
Comirnaty.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you said you were trying to get it, but it's not available, there's no contract, blah, blah, blah. But then you did say that something else could be
Yes.
in place?
So the Pfizer EUA approved, no, not, the Pfizer vaccine that's under emergency use authorization that has been used to this point, they say is interchangeable with Comirnaty. But
It's not named. It's Comirnaty that's named, but they're saying Pfizer could be used as an alternate?
as in, it's interchangeable, but it
What's an
also says
alternate?
it's legally distinct.
I don't
Now,
understand.
does the one
That's what
that,
I can't, I don't know the answer.
now, I'm gonna ask this, the one that's approved, is there liability? Does it have free from liability on it, or is it has liability?
I can't speak to that. I don't know,
Right,
Tim, I don't know.
I understand.
It's, I also, as part of the PrEP Act, when we are in an emergency, any countermeasures such as vaccinations, there's no liability to the people in implementing those countermeasures. Right now, we don't have a county emergency. We don't have a state emergency. Do we have a federal emergency that the PrEP Act would follow under? So
There's still
it's all lots
federal.
of gray area that I will gladly host a Pfizer clinic, absolutely. I just need to make sure I have the right forms for people to sign to make sure that we're being very clear on this.
I just don't understand how they can say that Comirnaty is the FDA approved drug, but you can use X in lieu of that.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
I'm sorry, but that's how the federal government is.
But the news states that the Pfizer is FDA approved.
Right,
That's all on the news. Pfizer is FDA approved. And now we're hearing different.
Read the document.
I'm sorry,
You can read the document
No,
where
I-
it says that.
we're just listening to what's coming out last week.
and it's manure.
And the rest of it.
I mean, I guess what I'm saying is I don't want to advertise that we are giving an FDA-approved drug
Right.
when I cannot even order it.
Right.
I can use an interchangeable,
Right.
legally distinct drug. So I will host a Pfizer BioNTech clinic, and people can interpret that however they want. I will make sure the consent forms say what the state says they should say. But I want to make sure that because we no longer have a state emergency, what emergency are we falling under to be able to give that without liability? There's a lot of gray area that I've never been here before, so I don't know what to do.
As far as you getting help, I know last year, your department, you've almost neglected the schools because your people were so busy with this stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether you need to just hire a part-time person just to do this COVID stuff, or if you can do it with these other people, but I'm open to whatever it takes to do it, because we need to get your nurses back in schools, because that's more important. We need to get back to life and quit running scared of everything. We need to get back. I understand this is a real issue, but
Yeah, if we could just create a COVID department and put them across the street and let them do all the stuff over there, that would be great.
But finding help,
But
have another location.
because if we're mixing testing, if we're testing people that are sick, but then coming in to vaccinate babies, that's not best practice. I would rather that be completely separate. So what we do right now is one nurse is the dirty nurse and the other nurses are the clean nurses. So, you know, if I'm testing, I won't touch babies, which is great, that's fine, we'll do that. But, I think it would be nice for us to actually do some semblance of what work we used to do, which it's just not occurring right now, which again, we're in continuity of operations planning, so, we're following those plans and doing our statutory obligations as best we can and the other stuff when we can. I mean, this morning we had to come in and prioritize anyone who was positive over age 65. Let's focus on them. And then any of our daily calls, anyone who's 65 or has not been doing well to this point, let's call them first. So, I mean, we're just prioritizing and trying to do what makes sense and then getting to the other stuff when we can.
I know Lyon County did a big clinic for the, I don't know, harvest something up there, Harvest House. And they was looking at possibly, 150, 200 people. They vaccinated 15. They walked the street where all the vehicles were parked and asked them if they'd be interested in taking, a shot, the COVID vaccine, and only 15 people did it.
I mean, our vaccine numbers right now are pretty good. Our county is sitting at number 29 out of 105. The state, we're not ranking very well on testing. The state wants us to do more testing as a county overall. So if we want more testing, I'm gonna need more staff.
What's the advantage of testing? If you do testing, you're gonna have your numbers are automatically gonna go up. Why, if you don't have a problem, why test?
If a person's sick, you'd think they'd be getting tested.
Well, if you're sick, you can stay home and stay away from people.
We had a family last week that called up to your office, a dad and he represented himself and his daughter. And they had pretty good temperature, how much I'm not gonna say, and they were coughing quite a bit. And your department, whoever they talked to, and they wasn't sure who they talked to, didn't think it had represented to be tested. So they didn't get tested or wasn't sent anyplace. And I heard this for the grapevine on Wednesday, and it happened on Monday, my understanding. And when I talked to them Thursday, they had because they continued to have the fever, continued to cough. And when I talked to him Thursday, he coughed every 15 seconds. He couldn't carry on a conversation. But they went to Auburn Pharmacy and they got tested, and within 15 minutes, they found out they were both positive. To me, that's not your department. I don't know what the right question is or the right response, right answer. But why wouldn't your department see that these two people were tested? One of them, if the individual went to middle school and exposed a whole bunch of kids, then we know that's going to happen. I mean, can't stay away from it. But they didn't think they need to be tested, so they said, well, we'll do it ourselves. We'll go to Auburn, because they knew Auburn was doing it.
So I guess there
So
would have,
what's the role of our health department to turn somebody down like that?
because we don't test everybody.
I'm sorry?
We do not test everybody.
But if
Our
they got the-
protocols allow us to test people who are involved in an investigation or who are asymptomatic and trying to go back to college or travel or to get out of quarantine.
But these kids are in school.
My protocols are not written that way. Dr. Sloyer did not want us doing sick care. Our orders are not written for me to test anybody.
So
If he wants us to start testing everybody, we can. But our orders right now are not to test everybody. So I guess the clarifying question would be, did we tell them we would not test them? Or did we tell them to call their doctor for testing because we don't do testing?
See, they didn't like the response they got.
I mean, I can't, when a doctor writes an order, I can't
I'm
go outside of that order.
I'm trying to discover.
Yeah. So if Dr. Sloyer wants us doing testing anyone who wants tested, then our orders need to reflect that. And right now they do not.
And isn't there guidelines before you get tested as far as what you meet? Isn't that correct?
Not really anymore.
Not any?
No. You can buy the test at Walmart
Yeah.
and be tested yourself at home. So, no. But our orders say part of an investigation or asymptomatic, getting out of quarantine, going to, or if you're traveling or going to college. So they're pretty specific. So if they were part of an investigation, if you all wanted tested today and you're not in quarantine or not traveling or going back to college, I couldn't test you the way it's written.
I went and just got tested.
Without any symptoms?
Well, I had one.
See, when they got the symptoms, to me, would have the
My
responsibility,
symptoms
but I don't
didn't line
know
up.
what the orders are.
My symptoms, I don't like talking about myself, but my symptoms did not line up with what should have been COVID. I went in and got tested and I had it. This was 6 months ago. I had a sinus infection, I believe. I didn't run a fever.
Well, you know, Lindsay said can only test if somebody's going back to college. To me, somebody going to grade school or middle school or high school and exposure, what, to me, what's the difference?
The
For going to school.
The difference is
I'm sorry?
symptomatic or not symptomatic. The difference is healthy or not healthy. So if you need a negative test to get into a dorm room, that's different than I'm sick today and I need to know if I should go to school or not. If you're sick, you should stay home regardless of whether you think you have COVID. If you're sick, you have a fever, stay home till it's
And I'm
gone.
not saying that it went to school.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
And you could go in and got a test, or a person could go in and get a test anytime they want. You may have to pay for it.
Yeah, I don't know the criteria on that.
I don't know the person, I don't know anything about this, but from conversation, what I'm getting is that these people called, they didn't get the answer they want, so who knows what they didn't get the answer they want, so they went somewhere else, and now they're kind of in a sense of trashing the health department. I don't think that's correct. I mean, I don't think that's the way it ought to be. You may not always get the answer you want when you call.
and we're just doing the best that we can and we're trying to operate within our orders as best we can. So if those orders need to be changed, then Dr. Sloyer can change them.
Can we change them?
I can change them and ask him, but he has to sign the order. I mean,
Well, I mean, in a sense, I mean, I don't know how to word this, other than we did have, prior to Sloyer, we had a doctor tell us he wanted a mask mandate, and we said no. So,
I don't know that he'd be opposed to us testing,
I mean, somebody calls up and says, hey, I need tested, I mean,
because he and I
you
have
got the capabilities.
He and I have had conversations about the pharmacy being overwhelmed with testing right now.
They're being overwhelmed, the hospital's being overwhelmed, the next avenue is you.
We need more staff. We need more staff to do that. So, I mean, how do I can do that, but I'm gonna need more resources.
That kind of goes back to what you said. You've got clean nurses and you've got
Dirty.
dirty nurses. You
That
can't,
didn't sound very.
I know, but you can't be mixing those.
Soil, how about that, soil?
You can't be mixing those. You can't be mixing the babies with 65-year-old COVID test.
Is there any problem with the hospital being able to take, or whoever providing the test, are they overwhelmed where they couldn't get tested there?
Supply the test or get tested.
I don't know about the hospital volume.
Because the hospital get tests.
They do.
They do.
I believe there's
Don't
a charge.
pharmacies also give the test out?
Auburn does.
Auburn does. To me, our citizens need to know where to go. You know, if they call the health department, technically they can't respond or can't do the testing. They need to very specifically know where to be directed to. And right now, that direction is not there.
See, and I find it odd that your people got a 15-minute result. I went to Auburn Pharmacy and it was under the tongue swab. And that was on a Friday and I didn't know anything about it until we had to call them Tuesday. And they still didn't have the results back.
Two different types of testing.
Yeah, but
I got the quick
these people got-
test and I walked out of the building, was back in the truck, and within 10 minutes, I had the test result.
Yeah.
These people got theirs in 15 minutes here at the Auburn facility here in Burlington. And then a son came on Thursday, the son got tested, so they got 3 in the family. Which both of them going to school. So, to me, we need to have some,
I hope you were talking to
Absolute
people over
direction.
the phone, right?
I'm sorry,
I hope you were talking to them over the phone,
yeah.
not face to face.
And I got the highest respect for this family. I mean, that's a tremendous family. But our citizens need to know where to go to get,
We tell them, yeah, sure.
So I mean, I'm the one that answers the phone a lot.
Mm.
And if they call in and say, hey, can I get tested? I ask them, are you part of an investigation? Are you healthy? Are you symptomatic? Are you having symptoms? I'm having symptoms. Then you need to call your physician. We cannot do that test because we cannot do a person that is symptomatic. So, we are telling them, here is where you can go. Call your physician, tell them what's going on. If they want to test you, they'll tell you they'll want to test. If they don't, go to Auburn Pharmacy. Here in Burlington, they can test you. We are giving that out. Every phone call, where can I get tested? Go to Auburn Pharmacy, or if you're sick, call your physician. So, you walk in
And
our
what they were
office right
told
now.
exactly, I'm not gonna say, because
Right, and that's fine, but I just want to say, we are telling these people. If that does not work, you can go to Flint Hills, you can go to Franklin County, you can go anywhere, and we have a whole list of places that we refer them to.
Thanks, Terry.
so right now, technically, you're saying the Pfizer is not FDA approved, although that's all we're hearing?
I'm saying that the documents from FDA and the Pfizer website say that the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine and the Comirnaty are interchangeable yet legally distinct. I can't interpret it, I don't know. I tried to find legal advice last week, and there was one person in the building that discussed it with me and determined as long as I was using the appropriate forms, we would be good to go. I am not advertising it as FDA approved because I can't order the FDA approved vaccine. I can't, so.
State of Kansas doesn't have it available.
I called KDHE on Friday, and there is no contract with CDC for that vaccine, for Comirnaty. So we are to use Pfizer BioNTech in its place, according to KDHE.
I didn't realize there's even two of them out there.
Never heard of this
No.
Comirnaty.
You never heard of it?
Of course, I don't watch the news anymore.
It's likely the brand name of the Pfizer BioNTech, but it says legally distinct, so
But it is FDA approved.
Comirnaty is.
And that's the one you'll be giving?
No.
I can't order
Well,
it.
you can't ignore that one.
No, it's not available. I have to use Pfizer BioNTech in its place.
So I guess to sum you up, you will be giving a
shot.
COVID shot clinic coming up in the next 3 weeks.
Yep.
And you will be needing to use other people to help you so you can halfway get your stuff back.
Yep.
And I'm not opposed to any of that.
We need
I think we just need to get more people vaccinated. You know, when Dr. Sawyer was here a month ago or whenever, there's 22 or 2,300 people in Coffee County have been vaccinated.
3,300.
I'm sorry?
3,300.
It was 2,200 that day.
It's 3,300 right now.
quite good.
We held
That
22.
number must have been inaccurate, because
We-
they sure,
We hosted 22 clinics with well over 100 people at each clinic. Some of them had 200, 300 people in a day. So
yeah, I went to 2 of your clinics, so it was so well run, it was, done very well.
thank you. Yeah, we are number 29 in the state as far as rankings go for our immunization rate for COVID. Number 29, so we're in the top third. 48% of our population is vaccinated, according to the
38,
48.
40, and that's above age 16 or so.
I hate to cut this short, but
Sure.
in 1 minute, we gotta enter into a break hearing.
Okay,
Actually, coming up on 30 seconds now.
have fun.
And I just want us to be punctual on that, so.
Hopefully.
So, I mean, if anybody's got more questions, we may ask you to come back down if that's
Okay, that's fine.
All right,
Thanks.
Thanks.
I hated to cut that short, but according to Angie, I think we have to be punctual on this, so.
We were kind of repeating ourselves anyway.
10:30.
Okay. So move to enter into revenue neutral rate hearing at 10:30 for the purpose of hearing and answering any objections from taxpayers relating to the county exceeding the revenue neutral rate in its property tax levy for the tax year 2022.
So move.
Bob moved,
Second.
Don seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Meeting now open for comments or objections from the public, which there is no one here. And this was published,
Oh, yes.
I mean,
Yeah, it's in the resolution, August 12th, Thursday, August 12th is when they were published.
excuse me.
I move to close the public hearing.
We'll have to close it at
10:31.
10:31. Don, or Bob moved to close.
Second.
Jesse seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Move to approve resolution number 875, a resolution of Coffee County, Kansas to exceed the revenue neutral rate in its property tax levy for the tax year 2022 by approving a mill levy of 52.308.
So moved.
Don's
Got a
moved.
question, do we have to wait until 10:45?
Yep. That's what Angie.
This is for,
No,
This is for
this is
the,
for the
This
county.
is a different deal.
Yeah.
All right.
That's it.
yeah, we have two of them.
All right, sorry, I'm
You're
excited.
fine, you're fine. And the resolutions are in
I've got it, yes.
your
And the
book,
budget.
actually.
Did we get a second on that?
There's no second on that.
So, second.
Jesse second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Angie, we read resolutions, so this resolution needs to be read in full.
That's up to you guys.
I can read resolution 875 as we do have the time to do so.
Yeah, we got 13 minutes.
So, I read it earlier, I don't know if everybody did,
I've read it.
realize it is in your book, for the general public, whereas the Coffee County, whereas the Board of Coffee County Commissioners is statutorily required to provide public notice and hearing prior to exceeding revenue neutral rate, and whereas the Coffee County Clerk provided notice of the hearing on the revenue neutral rate on Thursday, August 12th, 2021, whereas the revenue neutral rate for tax year 2022, for Coffee County was calculated as 52.308 mils by Jared Gilmore and Phillips LLC, and whereas the budget proposed by the Coffee County Board of Commissioners for the tax year 2022 will require the levy of a property tax rate exceeding the revenue neutral rate, and whereas the Coffee County Board of Commissioners held a hearing on Monday, August 30th, 2021, allowing all interested taxpayers an opportunity to be heard at the hearing, and whereas the Coffee County Board of Commissioners, having heard testimony, have determined that it is in the best interest of Coffee County to exceed revenue neutral rate. Now therefore be it resolved by the Coffee County Board of County Commissioners of Coffee County, Kansas as follows: Coffee County shall levy a property tax rate exceeding revenue neutral rate of 52.308 mils for the tax year 2022. This resolution shall take effect and be enforced immediately upon its adoption and shall remain in effect until further action is taken by the Coffee County Board of County Commissioners. Adopted by the Board of Coffee County Commissioners of Coffee County, Kansas, this 30th day of August 2021. That's what it states. So we have a few minutes. Do you need very long, Mr. Johnson?
Do we need to sign that one and get it processed?
Yes, right.
Since we approved it?
It's right here. I will sign my part, pass it on around. you have something you wanted to share?
I was just thought we might talk about the jail project and where we were at once you guys all got done.
Okay. Well, in 10 minutes, we gotta enter into another rate hearing.
I can have Lindsay come back, because I had something I wanted to discuss, if you want to use that. If
Sure,
those would be longer
that's
than
fine.
10 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut her short, but I know it's time sensitive, so.
So the only thing I wanted to ask while Lindsay was here to discuss with the board, what, are we still gonna continue on with the county picnic this year? We didn't have one last year, but with cases spiking up, is that something we should go ahead and move forward with? Because I don't know, Tom, have you ordered food yet from Hoover's?
The truth, I was waiting on Lindsay to get back with me whether we needed to or not.
Okay, okay,
Or not Lindsay, I'm sorry, with Amber, because I was supposed to talk to Amber,
okay.
not Lindsay.
Okay, so I figure we probably need to be placing that order for food probably this week if we are. And so if we are not going to have it again this year, we don't want to go ahead and place that order and have,
Well, don't we all kind of work together anyway? I mean, we interact and all this anyway. So
I say move forward with it.
it might,
We have no restrictions in place for the county right now, as long as people can be distanced and.
so like still have it inside and then like maybe set the chairs a certain way.
Outside is actually best.
or we can have it out, maybe we can have it outside.
Outside is by far best.
So,
So maybe with some tweaks. We can work on something if you'd like.
yeah, I just wanted to ask while you're here to discuss with them if you had any questions before we,
And when we got to decide by?
well, I would say we need to know today.
When is this picnic?
It's on the 13th.
13th of September.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Wasn't there something else?
Yeah.
13?
Wayne wants to have his,
We cut Wade short,
yeah.
Wayne short, and have a picnic, and then after that, I guess, finish him or whatever.
We got the road and bridge discussion.
Yeah.
Have a picnic, and then he can come back later.
I don't know, I just have mixed feelings about, I mean, for certain, with the recent spike, I mean, I know as far as me, I went back to hand sanitizing as often as possible, keeping my distance. I mean, it's up to you guys. I mean, we haven't heard whether Sloyer, I mean, maybe it's maybe we ought to seek some advice from him as to whether to proceed or not. I mean, just,
Yeah.
I know we got a few members of the courthouse now out with this, several county employees, so I mean, I don't know,
We got some employees that's got it or just on quarantine.
both. So, I don't know,
But that's all can be over in 2 weeks, and in 2 weeks, I mean, you can always have the potential of that. I mean, I still think we ought to be trying to get on in life a little bit instead of running scared on everything all the time.
Where would it be, do you think, possibly?
Well, we had it scheduled for the 4-H building inside, but we can You know, move it outside, we could put it here.
You know, they had a nice place set up at the 4-H sale. Did they have a tent over it and a picnic table set out?
That's how they do it every year.
Yeah.
They're
Kind of
fire-
have
well
an
done.
outside type.
That's the first time I've ever been where there was a tent to eat and stuff outside.
Maybe it's-
We did it underneath the
Yeah.
auction or the
White.
arena.
And that's another thing, you know, we don't know if it's gonna rain on
Yeah.
that day.
It's probably not gonna rain.
Hasn't yet, that'd be the day it
If
will.
that's what it takes.
Hey, if that's what it takes to make it rain, let's have
What it
it.
takes. I think it's great to have an appreciation dinner.
I do too.
I don't think, but we also don't want to set the right example, or the wrong example. We gotta be careful about setting the wrong example.
So
It'd be
we're
interesting what happened to all these school events now. You know, Madison Murray games, football games got canceled. There's been 3 or 4 football games not too far away from it's already been canceled. So we gotta be careful about setting the wrong example. And Madison's picked up another game, but Vernon game hasn't, so
So I guess my question would be, what is the wrong example?
I don't know, Bob.
Me getting on with Mike is not the wrong.
I fully
example.
understand, but we also got respect.
I am
And
respect.
we're judged.
If
Order
we
your
could do it,
breakfast and pizzas and call it good. We'll eat in our own office and give us an hour and a half lunch, whatever. There's other ways to show appreciation if you're concerned about it, so think outside the box a little, maybe, I don't know.
We'll have a decision before we leave today. I mean, everybody else kind of made up. I'm assuming Tim's for it,
I'd say if we can do it safely,
Yeah.
Jesse's for it, Bob's for it.
I'm for it. We just gotta be responsible.
Sound like move forward,
Same barbecue, everything like that.
sound like moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here's and then here's the budget last. These two signed.
No kidding. Just under a little acre, you're just under your little spot.
I know my neighbor, 6/10 of a mile away from me.
Yeah. Must be living right.
Actually, the neighbor, they turn the light green on one side of their house, but not on the
On the other.
other.
That's a very thin line.
They came down quick, too. Good, it cools off.
So Wade did tell me we could probably go ahead with the engineering proposal for the ag extension. As long as everybody's still in agreement with that. Again, we'll have it designed and then send it out for bid, see where the bids come in.
I think that's about the only way we can actually tell where we're at with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Has anything happened with the property across the street yet?
No. Directly east. It's 10:45, need a motion to enter into revenue neutral rate hearing.
I'll move.
Jesse's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
This is the revenue neutral rate hearing for Coffee County Fire District Number 1, exceeding the revenue neutral rate in its property tax levy for the tax year 2022. The meeting is now open for comments or objections from the public. Again, we have no one in attendance today. So if you wish, I shall read the resolution prior to closing the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, so the resolution number 876.
We need to really close the public hearing.
Move.
10:47.
Okay,
Also move.
Donna's moved to close the hearing at 10:46,
All second.
and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. So, move to approve resolution number 876, a resolution of Coffee County Fire District Number 1 to exceed the revenue neutral rate in its property tax levy for the tax year 2022 by approving a mill levy of 1.721. And I can read the resolution if you wish. Whereas the Coffee County Board of Commissioners is statutorily required to provide notice and hearing prior to exceeding the revenue neutral rate, and whereas the Coffee County Clerk provided notice of the hearing on the revenue neutral rate on Thursday, August 12, 2021, whereas the revenue neutral rate for tax year 2022 for the Coffee County Fire District Number 1 was calculated at 1.721 mils by Jared Gilmore Phillips LLC, and whereas the budget was proposed by the Coffee County Board of County Commissioners for the tax year 2022 will require the levy of property tax rate exceeding the revenue neutral rate, and whereas Coffee County Board of County Commissioners held a hearing on Monday, August 30th, 2021, allowing all interested taxpayers an opportunity to be heard on the hearing, and whereas Coffee County Board of Commissioners, having heard testimony, have determined that it's the best interest of Coffee County to exceed revenue neutral rate. Now therefore be it resolved by the Coffee County Board of County Commissioners of Coffee County, Kansas as follows. Coffee County Fire District Number 1 shall levy a property tax rate exceeding the revenue neutral rate of 1.721 mils for the tax year 2022. This resolution shall take effect and be enforced immediately upon its adoption, and shall remain in effect until further action is taken by Coffee County Board of County Commissioners. Adopted by the Board of Coffee County Commissioners of Coffee County this 30th day, August 2021.
So move.
Don's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
You can go ahead and sign that resolution now if you want. Move that on around.
Yeah, I was just looking for the next one, then just go ahead and we can proceed right in there, because there's no time set.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Okay, so move to enter into a budget hearing at 10:49 for the purpose of hearing and answering any objections of taxpayers to the proposed use of all funds and the amount 2021 ad valorem tax.
You'll move.
Jesse's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Meeting is now open for comments or objections from the public. And again, no one in attendance today, so I need a motion to close the public hearing at 10:50.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Yes.
Who got one? Who got that bottom sentence?
Oh, yeah. So move to approve, I'm good. Move to approve the year 2022 Coffee County budget as published.
So moved.
Don's moved,
I'll second.
Tim seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. That'll conclude that. We need a motion to move back into regular.
No, you're fine.
All right. Well, with that, I believe our agenda is complete. But Sheriff Johnson is here.
Here it is. The extension.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we need a motion for me, approve me to sign this contract with, sorry. The Coffee County Extension 4-H located at Kelly Park, Burlington. Again, Darrell is proceeding with making sure the city's on board, the fair board, which is already on board. You know, not gonna do it if not all the i's are dotted and t's are crossed. We're not gonna. So,
I would move that we proceed with this. To me, that's the only way we can know what's going on.
I know he came up with a proposal or a cost estimate from, you know, somebody he spoke with, but the dollar amount, I'm the one that suggested we need to design it to where it gets advertised for bids and everybody's bidding apples to apples and it's carved in stone and it gets bonded to where you have an insurance policy for a year, you can move to 2 years, if you want to leave. So, Bob's moved.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I just want to be clear how that's worded.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To authorize and direct the chairman to sign the contract with who?
Ben Moore Studio LLC, PO Box 1833, Manhattan, Kansas.
And then that was for what? For the Braves building?
Yes, for the Coffee County Extension 4-H building located in Kelly Park.
Was there a dollar amount?
Well, you know, maybe that's something I mean, they're coming up with a fee based upon the total dollar amount of the project. But that service included
We don't have a dollar amount
designs
to work with.
getting in, so maybe we ought to,
We don't have a dollar amount to work
If
with.
they don't,
You got overall,
if we don't approve it, and we're only gonna pay them for
time served.
this time served.
Yeah. Maybe I better clarify that
Even on
first.
time and service, we need to know the values we're talking about.
Maybe I better clarify that first. I mean, Bob's moved it, we haven't seconded it yet, so maybe we did.
I think
Jesse
We
seconded.
haven't done
Jesse second.
all in favor
We
yet.
didn't table the motion.
Yeah. Let's table it. I want to make sure we don't get any.
Well, if you look at, on page 21, the compensation for base service is based on typically some percentage basis.
Correct.
The design phase is 5% of whatever the overall cost would be.
Okay.
So,
Well, there, I guess there is the fees, so we're paying 5% of the bid amount, so.
yes, we would pay 5% of the bid amount would be
Okay.
right.
Well, then there's our fee, 5% of bid amount. Very good, thank you.
You know, for designing a building, and I know it's gonna have restrooms in it, I know it's gonna have office spaces in it. 5%, if that ends up being $45,000, $50,000, pretty good hunk of change for just a design procedure. I don't know what the normal percentages are for a design only, for a simple building. It's basically gonna be I shouldn't say simple, but basically a design. I'm not sure what the customary percentage is.
I'm not either.
And,
That seems a
It's
little.
a standard
Yeah.
AIA document, and I mean, they're a legit engineering firm. I'm familiar with a lot of names and people associated with this. I mean, I'm sure they're within, as far as I'm concerned, I'm positive they're within, standard practice.
So they're designing the building, is that what you're saying?
Yes,
see, the design phase is another 10%. Procurement phase is 5%. So technically,
well, we
you know, they're talking about for the total project, they're talking about, they're getting 20% of it.
If you look up above on page 21,
Yeah.
under 3, it says percentage basis for basic service, $65,450. So you're paying 5% for the design, 5% of that probably for the design.
well, again, we can table it if you guys want, just so that's.
I'd like to see.
Just so that I got an exact dollar amount, well, and that maybe just to make sure that this company knows that this may not be going so out, you know what I'm
I
saying?
think you're gonna get an exact dollar amount.
Well, no, all they're doing is drawing up the drawings and getting the bid documents together to where you're gonna send it out for bids, and you have the right to reject any and all bids for whatever reason. So,
But if you reject all the bids, you still owe them
yeah, you still own a
X
percentage.
amount of dollars.
Yeah, a percentage of that, and with the, I just wanna make, with Don reading through, and I apologize, I didn't look down there at that. You know, he's wanting 60% for construction documents, which will need to be in place prior to bidding, so. We better get an exact dollar amount, let's do that.
Last week we asked Wade if he looked at the,
He did, and he said just move forward because he didn't see anything,
Okay.
but there was one of those questions there that, again, corrected, so it won't hurt to table it, and, I'll get with Darrell to make sure we know exactly what that dollar amount is. Is anybody agree with that? Yeah. Okay, all right. I mean, I still like to,
We can bring Darrell in while it's on our mind. And see
Yeah,
if he-
we can.
See if he knows.
if he's around, I seen their office was closed early this morning, but I don't know if they're,
If he happens to be here while it's on our mind.
and that's fine, that's fine. So anyway, we'll go back to Mr. Johnson then, if he wishes to share some information with us.
Morning, y'all.
Morning, sir.
Tom,
Everybody's bright eyed and bushy tailed, you too, man. So just a couple of things. As you all know, we've spoken about before, our range is still an issue. You know, after the landfill rehab, there's, it's just not productive out there, and I've spoken to you about it in the past. If the jail project is still gonna be a go, and we're talking about focusing on the airport property, there's plenty of property out there to build a range. So I would like your permission to start looking out there. I'll get with the chief of police, who we've always been working hand in hand together on the range, buying targets, and they buy half and we buy half, whatever it may be. And trying to set something that we would like to see, a design of a building. Out there, we need a range house, of course, where you have a small classroom in, per se, to have some type of training. You can have briefings there, and to have air conditioning heating in there so you can shoot at all times of the year, as we did. So if the jail project would go through, that's where we want to range anyway. But right now, that looks to me like the easiest avenue to take to build a range is, we've got 600 acres out there, and the cost is going to be pretty cheap, I think, being we own. That being said, we've spoken to Bobby Skipper on trying to see how much water needs to be out there, and everything else for the jail project. Again, it just falls right in line. If if the voters decided to do that. So I just asked for permission to follow up with trying to see what type of building we'd like to get with them and start that beginning process to have a range built out there.
Gotta have a place to shoot.
We do, sir. State mandates, we gotta have it, so.
They do?
Pardon me?
They do?
Oh, yes, sir, we have to qualify every year by state mandate.
I didn't know that.
Yep, you're a full-time law enforcement officer, you must pass a state course of fire. Every year. If you don't, you can't keep your certificate.
And that one was state ordained or whatever, approved out here.
Then it'd be approved, you just have to shoot a qualifying course set up by the state. But the issue is that where we're at is entities are coming in dumping, and there's things that just make it where it's not gonna happen.
Not as pleasurable as it used to be.
Pleasurable is not the issue, it makes it impossible to do what we need to do out there with what's going on. So,
Tom, where are you at on the justice project?
well, that's another reason that I'm here to talk to you, just to touch base with you. I mean, we're focusing on the airport property. It's time that we move on. I believe we've had, and somebody from the city has reached out and said, this is still a possibility. It's time to move on. Even if we purchase the property, we still have to go through zoning, and they could deny us. The city has spoken. I mean, the taxpayers in the city of Burlington have told the city fathers that they don't want it there. And so it's time to move on. I can't continue to work, that's just sitting around worrying about the city. It's done and over with. So, that decision needs to be made by you, not me, whether we move on. It's your decision, not mine, not Wade's, not the court system, whether we move this in November or we wait a year to go on the ballot. It's your decision to try to figure out how we're gonna pay for it. And I know I've spoken to almost every one of you about that. And I know that can be done easily. But it shouldn't be my responsibility to say, we're gonna take this to November. That should be your decision to make. So, again, if we're gonna put this on the November ballot, then, as you all know, we've spoken before, some city meetings need to go on where we can sit down with taxpayers with all of you and myself and Wade and the judge, whatever it may be, whoever's going there, to be able to answer all the questions. Because I can't answer all, you know that. So that's some things that you need to make a decision on, whether we move forward. And then we will, one way or the other.
Yeah, I'd like clarification. Since the city has denied us land, opportunity for land to build it, we can build the whole justice system outside of the county seat, then, correct?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
By state statute, we can go any place we want.
there you go, okay. I think we should be proceeding on with the airport then. I think the opportunity was here. But
I agree. There's 600
and
acres
we
there.
did not, we didn't take that opportunity away. The city leaders took that opportunity away, so.
Whatever the reason,
Let's move on.
the taxpayers, city of Burlington taxpayers were at that meeting. They voiced their concerns. Several members of that city council during that meeting made the comment, quote, "We hear you, you've spoken." And so, again, I don't want to build something anywhere where anybody's unhappy. Why would I want to do that? And so, to make the folks here happy, I don't want to build something in somebody's backyard. But you know as well as I do, it needs to get away from their school.
Yes, it needs to be away from school.
And so the perfect place, I thought the perfect place was industrial park. They don't want it there. We have 600 acres of great land that we can build a justice center or a law enforcement jail, whatever you decide to do, and have my range right there with it. Perfect opportunity to move on. So it's just a decision needs to be made by you, what my next step would be or what our next step would be.
I know I spoke to you briefly on this as to whether timing or put into the voters this year. I mean, there's been a few things spoken that people had some concerns, for lack of better terminology. The rest, everybody wants us to move forward, and the main thing we have to do is, I don't know if everybody caught a copy of what Bobby sent out as far as how to
Finance
fund it,
deal.
the finance deal.
I didn't print it off, but
I mean, I can have a copy of this one made if nobody's got one, but that would be, before it goes on the ballot, I would say something we need to say, if you still want to proceed on the ballot in November, I'm behind you 100%. But we still need to sit here and go, okay, we have
option 1 through 10.
1 through 4 here passed out by the bond attorney that was here last week. So I can have Andrea get you a copy of this if you would.
I didn't print one off. In fact, I got an eraser, won't print it off.
You want some copies to hash out? I mean, because would you agree that how it's gonna be paid for before it hits the ballots needs to be discovered?
That decision's gotta be made now.
Just-
What's the latest target, no, this is not an election, two people run against each other, which probably needs to hit, you need to, more lead time probably. What's the latest time that you need to get this on the ballot for? Do we actually need to make a decision on how we're gonna fund it?
I
I know
think
you're
I
saying
originally
something.
said end of August or 1st of September, is that what I told you?
You told me the wording needed to be made by September 1st.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, I actually have been delayed a little bit on starting my programming, so I could go, I would say no later than the 13th.
2 weeks.
I can extend that a little bit.
Well, as soon as a person, excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt. As soon as a person gets how it's gonna be paid for, then it can go to the vote.
Yeah, the
But I
main
have to be
thing,
able to get it programmed so that, because I'm gonna be starting testing equipment, I mean, I've got to start to get it here.
If we can make a decision today on what has been presented to us,
Yeah.
then we can move on if that is the wishes of the sheriff
Because if
and,
that's-
the board to move on and put it on the November election.
That's up to this board.
Now,
I'm
I'm
not
always
gonna make
thinking-
that decision.
I don't wanna jeopardize the chance of it being voted as a yes, because there's the lack of people at the voting booths. And so that's what I wanna make sure that you and Eric understands it more than probably anybody in this whole room. That if you don't have very many people at the vote, you're just not getting the numbers, pro or con. So,
Again, that's up
I
to this
mean,
commission.
regardless, we don't want to sabotage it.
Understand? That's decisions. I'll do whatever needs to be done, whether I've got a year to develop, or program that we're gonna talk to the public about, or set up emails, or set up Facebook. That's what this commission wants. I was trying to do this ahead of time until this barricade came up, or blockade, or this kink in the armor. And so I'm on hold until I can figure out, and we all figure, I'm just saying until this board says, here's the money, it's available, and here's how we're gonna pay for it. And then your decision on whether this goes this November or whenever, that's up to the commission. The entities that are involved with this process, if we take the district courts, and we take prosecutor's offices, and sheriff's office, jail, emergency management, whoever.
Thank you.
All that can be decided, whether it's 2 weeks from now, or whether it's a year from now.
Right. I just don't want any way, shape, or form sabotage because of the lack of voters at the voting machine.
And I agree with that statement. So,
Even though this is an off-year election, this subject or proposal will probably get a few more people out.
Right.
Whether that's gonna be yes voters or no voters, well, we don't know.
We don't have the mimic of vote machines, do we?
You know-
No, we are not.
Tom, I was at your presentation to the city here 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now. And you had a PowerPoint. And I'm not trying to downgrade the PowerPoint, don't misunderstand it. Do we need to retain a professional to design a PowerPoint for this?
Again,
And I don't have the answer for that.
Again, whatever this commission wants me to do, I'll do.
well, I believe, if I remember right, Goldberg was gonna help you do just that.
To
And
me-
so, if we say, yeah, let's go send it to the voters, all we gotta do is say, yeah, send it to the voters, decide how to pay for it, and Mr. Johnson will do, I'm sure, his due diligence, make sure we have as many public meetings, PowerPoints as everything. Am I correct in that statement?
As long as the commission is able to assist with that, because it's gonna take us off.
Yep.
It's not my building, it's the county's building.
Yep.
It's gonna have multiple entities in it, not just me.
Correct.
And just like I think you made a comment here a week or two ago, and maybe even Randy made it last week, you know, this isn't a Randy Johnson project, it's a Randy Rogers project, it's not a Tom Johnson project. It is absolutely, totally a project for Coffee County and our people.
That's correct.
110%.
It's not the sheriff's office and jail. It's gonna have other entities involved in it. It's not.
County project.
Yeah, it's the county judicial center, not the sheriff's office and jail.
That's really gonna be stressed.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not saying you're not stressing it, right? Don't misunderstand.
Whatever the commission wants me to do, I'll do it.
Thank you.
And I just want to add that advanced voting starts October 3rd, so, you know, if people are thinking, why do we need it so quickly? That's because I have to do testing and all of that stuff, so I think October 13th as the first day of voting, so.
Do we need to have Bobby down here to talk about bonding?
I think so, for me, it's in black and white. All we gotta do is pick one. I mean, option number one, 100% finance, straight line amortization. Based off of a $30 million project. I mean, we upped the cost from 25 to 30 just to get a round number to start, see what our cost would be. I don't know if you were here last week and heard that conversation or not, Tom, So anyway, again, it's one of those things you won't know till the bids come out, you won't know total cost. I do know materials is going down, but anyway, we do have the amortization there. 100% bond finance, because I'll restate that. So total debt service on 10 years on a $30 million project would be $32,155. You do 25 million and 5 million contribution with a total debt service of 26,809,000. You can do 20 bond finance, 10,000 county contribution, total debt service of 21,463. And again, these are based over 10-year periods. And last would be the 50/50 bond and the other county contribution. Total debt service is 16 million.
It's in black and white, and I'll just say this now, as far as I'm concerned, number 4 is off the table for me.
Okay.
I won't support that.
Okay. I would have to agree with that statement. You know, have the discussion of depleting reserves, I agree.
There's still 3 others.
Yeah, I don't want to deplete the reserves that have been built up previously. I mean, I think it's a need,
I want some savings left.
yes.
I was in question, of course, I'm a little more aggressive on that because I'm looking at it more from the business side of it and paying less interest on the tail end, which is technically really money. I shouldn't say wasted, but technically it is. And I know I got this green sheet here, it's got some more. I did talk to Larry last week from Goldberg, asking, because I told him, you know, we'd kind of requested up to 30 million in case the bid got there, depending on what happened, because of what happened in Lynn County. They have just signed a contract in the last month or 2 or 3, I don't recall the exact date. And I asked him very specifically what he thought our project would come in at. Even though the project has got a lot of similarities in it, there is some differences in what they just signed in the state of Iowa. And his comment to me last Tuesday or Wednesday, whenever I talked to him. He said, I don't have any issues at all, this project, based on today's values, based on today's contracts that are coming out, that this bid will come in somewhere between 23 and 24 million. Now, that's a what if, I fully understand, because I fully understand that, but, and of course, once we get into the bidding process, if it comes in at 25, that just lowers our debt that we're servicing.
Goes back to the original numbers.
I'm sorry?
Goes back to the original numbers.
Gives back to the 25 million.
Again, these are just estimates, so.
Yeah,
I mean, it still gives you an idea of what you're.
Worst
what
case
you're
scenario.
Yeah, what you're looking at. For me, I like Model 2. It just hits in the middle. Model 2 is 25 million bond finance, 5 million county contribution, so run that on percentage wise, if it comes in at 25 million, of course, those numbers will be less either way, so.
It might be 20.
Yeah.
Chance are it won't be about 25.
And we could still do the 5 million contribution, and then, if the bid comes in, I mean, then you're bonding that much less. So, no one put their math of what percentage that would be on 30 million.
If it comes in under the 25.
And that's what I'm
No
saying.
reason we can't do the whole 25 too. I mean,
100%,
we just need to figure it out so we can get on with it.
Because we're gonna probably remodify what we have out here into the different offices, so.
Well, he's already talking about having a shooting area out there and a building.
Well, and not to mention, you're gonna have to build a sewer lagoon out there. I mean, there's a few other things you gotta do, but it's not like it's complicated.
Yeah. I like number 2.
I can live with number 2.
I like number 2, because what we still have left.
I'll support whatever the commission decides. I would probably prefer the number 3, trying to be a little bit more aggressive. Because right now, and I know we got a what if on the nuclear plant. Connie and I did talk to Kevin last week at the appraiser's office at the state to find out exactly how they appraise entities like the Wolf Creek and other, but like the ethanol plant there at Garnett. And they've got a formula, and he didn't give us a formula because it's got a lot of what ifs and what ifs and what else, but they don't project out anymore, just like we're out now to 2022, because we just adopted the budget for that year out. They absolutely don't have any idea of what that is for 23. They don't go out any further in that 1 year. The formula, a lot of it is based on return on assets. If the nuclear plant's got a good return on assets, or like the energy plant or the ethanol plant, or whatever they're setting values on, return on assets is somewhat of a pretty good player in that formulation. So yeah, then the Wolf Creek, the value of it can come down as well as it can go up. So I was hoping that they would project that out for 3 or 4 years. That'd give us a good idea, that it wasn't gonna go up, wasn't gonna go down, or much change, but they don't go that far out. Done on an annual basis, but a year and a half of it.
I can say all indexes are going through the roof.
I'm sorry.
All indexes are going through the roof.
Yeah.
I don't foresee it dropping. I foresee
And one of these days it'll be a setback, but it's probably a time down the road.
Yeah.
And I know the back page that I put together, and I'm not, or I guess it's the next to last page. The unencumbered, and maybe it's the third, our unencumbered cash values right now sitting at 40,850,000. And we already know supposedly with our 21 or 22 budget in place, if we don't do anything, unencumbered funds at the end of 22 is going to be 49,800,000. So I don't want to be overly aggressive on putting money on it up front out of reserves. But those funds are sitting there not doing us any value at all either. And if we can decrease an interest payment, to me, in the real business world, decreasing interest payment is what it's all about. If it can be done at a comfortable level and be serviced easily.
I think we got a lot of people out there watching and trying to make sure that we don't deplete all of our savings and for this and to take it to the vote.
And I fully respect that, fully respect that.
I think we probably ought to be a little gun shy going into it and be more on the conservative side. And 10 years down the road, we can pay it off. 10 years go by pretty quick.
Yeah, we could probably pay that off in 5 years if we just made the decision at that time. They call it a sunset or what. I imagine you pay it off in half, but I can't answer that 'cause I don't know.
I would much rather be safe than sorry.
Yeah.
It sounds to me like 4 of us are in favor of number 2, so do we need to tell Mr. Johnson that number 2, the way we're gonna do it, so we can start figuring out how we present that to the people?
Correct.
Absolutely.
But in order to put this in a more simpler light, if you will, so financing would be, I did some rough numbers, 20% of 30 million is 6 million. 25% is 7.5.
75, 7.5.
7.5. So with those numbers being in your minds, is it 20% or 25% county money and 75% on it? You know what I'm saying? Just to make it simpler.
You've got to have a percentage.
Just to make it simpler for everybody, because if a bid comes in at 25,000, you're spending 20% out of your reserves and you're bonding the other 80.
Well, the 5 is 20%. If it's 25,000 bond, 30,000, we're putting 5 in. I guess that's not 20%. That's
No. It's like 1.8 something
Yeah,
like that.
16%.
So that's why I rounded it off to
20% would be 5 million if it came in.
20% be 5, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the
25,
answer
yeah.
for people is the 25 million. If it comes in at 24.6 million, I don't know if they're even gonna expect it. We would put the five in. I'm not saying we won't, but
I
I'm
guess
not
what
sure
I'm
they
saying
would
is,
expect that.
we ought to have, if you want some skin in the game, model number 2 is percentage of the total bid, so to speak. So 20% of 30 million is 6.
6 million.
So that would be getting you just a little more aggressive, like Don would like to see on option model 3. I mean, that would be what I would say present.
The 20%.
We're just, whatever comes in at, we're
Make a percentage.
taking 20% out of reserves and bonding to that.
So you're either putting in 5 or 6, which
I
probably
can
is.
agree with that. I mean,
Huh?
I can agree with that let's get things moving.
Yes.
That keeps everything, and I don't mean this to be negative at all, that keeps everything very simple.
Yes.
Whatever the project is, we're gonna fund 20%.
Yes, exactly. It makes it real simple.
Makes it simple for us.
Like that?
And like I said, I have no problem supporting whatever the commission wants to do. We need to make the project happen, that's our goal.
That's how it's gonna be financed.
We probably need to put that in the vote.
So make a motion to have how will we word that?
So, do we
I mean,
fund-
just for you to even put it on the ballot. And this is how we're gonna pay for it, is what I'm looking for, verbiage wise.
Can I write for a minute?
Yeah,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
sure the ballot will say how it's being paid for, that's gonna be information.
That'll be at the town halls and
Information on Facebook and on the, I'm not sure the ballot itself would show the percentage, but I'm not sure that's set up.
I would,
Maybe it could be.
it should, yeah.
So
Maybe.
people know exactly what they're voting on.
Yeah.
So they know that from all the news items.
We'll keep talking so we can compete.
Now, you guys do it, Eric. You just say, we're gonna do this, and move on.
4 questions have already been, 4 sets of languages have already been developed that I forwarded on to Wade. And we looked at them, and of course, you can't complete that until we know how we're gonna pay for it. If you will forward me, if Andrew will forward me you know, what you've decided on payment, I can put that into those questions, get it to Wade, and then I can approach you next Monday and have you approve it, if you decide to do this in November. If not, we've got plenty of time to do it. The decision needs to be made, you know, whether we feel this is too short a time to take it to the voters. And that's something you need to decide, not me.
For me, I mean, I couldn't honestly answer you if it was too short a time frame or whether the amount of people's gonna show up, but I know I get tired of kicking a can down the road. So I wouldn't mind seeing it go to the vote. I mean,
I'm sorry.
Again, I agree with Jesse, we don't wanna sabotage you neither, but I think if there's enough people interested, they'll show up.
Again, it doesn't matter to me what you decide to do. I've done the same thing as you all. I've spent sleepless nights wondering what's the right decision to make, and it's not mine to make.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you're asking me, you know, the decision is gonna be to you whether, again, I've already tried to do this, you know, Wade and I, Don, Tom, have went places. If you're gonna put this on the ballot in November, this is every week. You and I and Wade and the judges or whoever are going to be talking to the public.
Mhm.
Because if it's going to early ballot in October, then we're gonna be every week, maybe twice a week, someplace in the city, talking to the public. So this is not something to be taken lightly, and I'm not telling you would. I know, because I've already been doing this,
Mhm.
fighting it. And so if we're all will be on the same page here and we're all dedicated, it can get done. If not, it needs to wait. That's all there is to it.
I have concerns as far as timeline and getting it out to the public this quick.
You know, I'm a little bit the other way. Most of the time, if you've got the right information for the right project, and if you can have all the means that you want to have, and everything very positive, a shorter message is better than one stretched out 15 months. So that's my view.
I think the vast majority of the public is aware that we're doing something, you know? And honestly, I've heard more positives than I have negatives, so.
That's two wanting to move forward, Jesse.
Like I say, I just don't want to sabotage the possibilities, but if I'll go along with the majority.
I'll go along either way. I just,
We gotta make sure we don't stop. We gotta make sure.
Yes, exactly.
My only opinion is, you know, I don't want to, I'm like Don, I want to drag it out for 15 months.
15 months to me.
Let's just,
that's a long
Well, it's
time.
already been coming how long?
yeah, I mean, discussion's been out there, so.
But right now,
And Tom's,
we got school activities 5 nights a week.
those that can do, those that can will.
Yeah. I'll go along either way.
I don't have school activities, I'll go to meetings, whatever I need to do.
Now either.
I'm for it.
I'm for it.
Get something worded, Andy?
No, because I thought he was gonna get the verbiage from Wade.
Oh,
Already out.
for a motion for us?
No, I don't have it ready for motion. It'll have to be approved by Wade before I go any farther with that.
If we did the motion, I'd want to take verbiage from what they have on how that's gonna be placed on the ballot, because we'll say something like move forward with placing the question on the ballot, shall Coffee County
So, yeah.
build a new judicial center funding at 20%. Yeah, so whatever verbiage Wade's written up, that's what
Okay.
we want to put in that motion, and then
Is there any way we can get it here and vote on it today?
We're gonna be here for a while.
Yeah,
Wade's available for phone.
If you give me the plan, I can get started on it.
20% funded by us,
No increase in tax, no increase to taxpayers.
no increase.
80% bonded.
I shall return.
Right.
done. You
Did you
found
sign
it
the
earlier,
budget
so I set it down there. Just so you know what.
Did you sign the budget and pass it around yet?
Thought you signed
The
it.
2022 budget?
Did we not do the second one?
You did the
We did the third.
resolution.
We didn't do the third one.
There's the budget right there. Yeah.
We haven't signed the budget yet.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
We're good for everything on hold. Okay, I just I need because then.
You just a good old boy. You just good.
You have something, Carl?
I just got a quick update, that's all.
Okay.
What it is, last week Wolf Creek Reserve, received their exemption from conducting their full-scale exercise for the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, October 25th of last week. Just want to make sure that you guys are in on the loop and knew that they would receive that, which means there'll be no full-scale exercise of any sort for 2021, and it'll be moved. Right now, tentatively, we're looking at August of 2022 for the full-scale exercise.
And this doesn't create an issue with FEMA?
No, FEMA's already given us that.
They've already given the go-ahead.
Right, NRC was the last one in, give the exemption.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure that you guys in the loop on that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carl.
That'd be good.
I'm surprised you're going out that far.
Gonna do a roundtable prior to starting signing? So he's not here, but anything?
I don't have anything to do.
I don't have anything.
Yes.
Just food for thought. And I know there's a lot of stuff coming down the pipeline for the county. Do you think maybe it might be in the best interest to look into acquiring the building across the way? We own the property to the south,
To the north.
North.
or to the north. I mean. I don't know, I'm just thinking it's a short drawn across the road
For somebody,
for somebody.
yeah.
We have a lot of offices that are out of room.
I'm just saying, it's there, it's right across the street, you're not gonna find anything any closer.
Food for thought.
Food for thought, it is. I mean,
If you're throwing out food for thought, also lots north, all the space north of us too. But I guess my thinking on it is, with what we just did, gives us a couple months to see how the people are gonna react. I think we can keep, and with the 4-H building, we have got things in motion, and if these things go through as we planned, I don't think we're gonna be needing more space.
that's a possibility.
I would want to kind of wait, we shouldn't be too long before, I don't know how long it takes for the extension building to find out.
Couple months.
And in November, we will find out about the justice system, so I don't know if a couple more months gonna make any difference there. Just my thought.
Of course, sooner is always better, but I do agree that these other two things develop and things will open up.
Just food for thought. I mean, you know, we was looking at the health, the nurses,
Right,
you know,
splitting up,
splitting up.
yeah.
Do the COVID foodie over there and take care of the seniors and kids, babies here.
That's not to say it couldn't be taken advantage of in some form, even if the other two things do develop. digest that for a while.
I'm just looking at all the dollars that are being spent over the next 3 months. And I don't want to spend any more than we have to either, but
There comes a point in time, you just kind of gotta. I don't like it either, but.
No, I have to agree with Jay. I think it's something that you keep in mind, open mind about that building over there adjacent to us. And chances are, it's still gonna be there 3 months from now or 4 months from now, although that could change tomorrow.
Yeah, I could.
I think we need, I don't have nothing else at this time.
I mean, I do know it was not suitable for the extension office as it sit, as presented now. But could it be revamped to make it suitable and not spend $1 million? That's my thing. I mean, I'm for the 4-H. I want to help the 4-H kids out also.
Mhm.
I look at both sides of it, you know, the 4-H kids need a place to go. They need a place to hold their meetings. You know, I'm for that. Can a person remodel this and remodel that down there and have 2 nice facilities for half the money? That's my thing.
But Darrell entertained looking at this one at all.
They looked at
As far
it
as design, redesigning it.
No, they looked at it, I believe, as temporary use, and he said it was
Temporary
unsuitable.
I don't know the square footage of that one.
It's been a while since I've been in that one.
I haven't been in
30 by
since
60.
fall and
30 by 60, it's gotta be 1,500 to 1,700 square foot. I mean, they can't
Something like that, anyway.
have very much up there.
I doubt there's got more than that up here, maybe not that much.
Right, that's what I was saying, if a person could utilize that, redo it to make it suitable for them. You're gonna spend less money than you're designing a whole new 5,500 square foot building.
Well, again, the 5,500 square foot building has room in the back for exhibits when during
Right.
fair time, and a
Right.
place for
No, I
4-H
understand
kids to
that.
go do their crafts and have their meetings and.
Yeah, I understand that, and that's why I say I'm for helping the 4-H as much as possible. You know, I am, and I just,
You know, with that building across there, what could we take out of the new building at the fairgrounds? If we needed to, and make both do and affordable.
Without going inside and looking at either building, I guess
I don't know if we take much out because we're actually providing public restrooms there and we're providing, I guess we could take the offices out, but I don't know. I'm kind of, I guess maybe I'm just kind of to hold off stage. We've got 2 big things going. If those don't work, then I say, let's go full gear and figure out what we're gonna do. But if those do pan out, take into account too, we're gonna have a sheriff's annex gonna be empty also. So if these two do pan out, we're gonna have a lot of space in. We should not be running out of space for a long time.
Correct.
Without adding more buildings. But I understand exactly what you're saying. That's for right now, but
We'd be able to make a better decision following this Tuesday election in November.
exactly. And we
Because
know
there
that-
will be a lot of space available, although that space is 2.5, 3 years down the road.
Then we'll have to figure out. But at least we'll know know where we're at.
And wait for the bids to come through on the ag office too. I mean, again, that, in that contract's an estimated dollar amount, and Darrell had 1/2 that amount.
right.
So I say we're gonna be hitting in between that amount and
Is there any money available from K-State for this?
he was gonna be checking into that, I believe.
I mean, I don't remember if I asked that question here or asked it to somebody else, but, you know, they've been here for 100 years. You would think there ought to be a little bit of K-State availability.
Yeah, he was in there last week, I think he spoke, and I think that question was posed to him, yes.
But I'm guessing not, because over the last few years, K-State has actually decreased the amount of funding that they have gave their extension agents here, and we are actually paying more to them than when the whole deal was set up. We're ahead of the game with them at K-State. So I would say probably chances are pretty slim, but it's worth asking.
Yeah.
They got 105 counties that are taking care of a lot of offices. Nothing wrong with asking about.
But a lot of it's getting taken care of for less and less contributions out of them too. You know, and it's putting it back on the county.
That's exactly what's happening.
A lot of counties may not have the funding and taking care of them as well as what we do either.
Exactly.
I have no idea.
That's why a lot of them are consolidated.
Isn't some counties merging together on that?
Yep, there are.
I don't have anything else at this time.
I don't guess I do either. I'm glad we got the funding for Mr. Carbon spent on it, and got a percentage to where it's pretty explainable. Andrea?
Yeah, just a couple little things. The air conditioner has been replaced in EOC, so that's up and going. Road and Bridge, I was talking to them last week. They kind of got pulled away from the parking lot, so they were surveying the elevation for that, but then they got pulled away, so they should be back this week to take a look at that area. And the gentleman that was here a couple of weeks ago, taking a look at the HVAC upgrades, he said they should have something put together by the September 3rd that we should be able to put out for bids.
Okay.
And that's it for me.
With that being said, I guess we can sign for a while. I'll probably have to take a break at some point in time and find something to eat, but I can come back and sign checks.
I'm gonna take a break when you get started before they get to me.
Okay.
So, Jesse.
Always on.
See how much is here, probably good for an hour or so.
think of where we're going now on this, virus deal.
I'm waiting for some facts.
Wait till next week.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for some
Yeah, I'm
facts.
supposed to talk to Dr. Sawyer tonight.
Yeah, you get,
I'd like to know what is facts and what isn't.
I'm waiting on some calls like that myself.
Okay. I can't believe the news media's got that all wrong.
I think you could probably, it's a big hole, but it's like, I'm saying, get it drained out, so it'll keep it, pull the heat, pull the fuel out of that, and maybe well, try to get it wrong.
You think it's worth a try?
I've done that too.
You're in Cincinnati.
No.
Oh, man, that was.
There's a long time.
Yeah, I know they're gone, they're not back, so I looked it up in economic development. But I was still.
Unless we get it from county fair,
Yeah, so
extension office.
Get it.
What's
State, state fair, I mean.
Oh, okay.
Reform the plastic bag. Just try to get-
I don't even know the date of the state fair.
Must be coming up to nobody in there.
I've used water soap. Let that fuel leak out and get water soap, real organic. Throw it in the hole, and that's really, that's really a form of, side, we got on the other way. Like a piece of collection, and I put home the gas tank on the edge, I'm just gonna pour a lot of soap. Straight in. It's still holding part of the milk. Yeah, we're up on the side, we could probably use it.
The biggest thing is right on that food ban international. It's not just so. There's a lot of.
I think that's what's right. I think that's what's right. Here's the other one. Put it on the side. Not put it on the bottom. You get it like that.
But everything I did.
I think we struck it up. I think if you rub it up with a ball brush glue or something, you got mixed up, you get something on it. Get it clean with alcohol. And,
That lane and every piece of over it too.
probably too much weight. I'm probably gonna make it fall off. I think you just don't want, that quick dry is too much. That quick dry. I mean, you got just a little bit of time. You need to, if you have to reapply, you can sand it. Reapply it and then later.
Yes, we are. You guys are the commission. We're great. Okay. Yeah, truck.
Last door on the left, you can walk in, sign in, if you need to meet with us.
You're gonna have a second, I can chat with you real quick, whenever, before lunch, whatever.
Who are you with?
KBS instructor, for the commercial general contractor. I got with it as possible. You know, name of the register and all that stuff.
Okay. There's a sign in down here.
Uh-oh.
Last door. Lay left and over.
Bob, here's one that she's got a great memory from the Burlington High School. Public library, public Wi-Fi, $3,000. Coffee can bandwidth expansion, 11 months, $1,000 a month. What is that for?
I have no idea.
The bandwidth expansion.
Bandwidth expansion, are we paying we're paying $11,000 or $1,000 a month for how many years?
Well, it's just a month, it's a monthly deal. They up the bandwidth to handle all
Is
the
it a continued
traffic.
deal for 5 years?
Yes, I mean, it's a continuation.
You're on that board.
Does it, okay, I didn't mean to.
It was all brought up here in the meeting.
I remember talking about it, and I don't remember it to that extent.
See, look at it,
Other school districts in a similar situation, or just Burlington?
I can't answer that question. It's like, here's a funnel. You only fit so much information into a funnel. Well, ours is like this, so we had to make the funnel bigger to handle all the traffic through the
I remember
internet.
some discussion, but not the details.
That's what it
Do
is.
you think that is a continuation
I
for,
think it's a continuation until we get stuff updated.
I just wonder if the other schools wouldn't be doing the same thing?
It's been a while since the fiber boards had
It
a
was
meeting.
11 months here, 11 months billing.
Yeah, I can't recall the last fiber board meeting.
We got a gentleman here wanting to speak from KBS. Come on up, sir.
Won't take much time. KBS is a commercial general contractor based in Topeka. We happened to have the opportunity to do the new security entrance over here at Wolf Creek a couple of years ago. So anyway, as I was telling gentlemen out in the hall, just stopping by to introduce KBS. We're aware of the possible jail project you guys may have coming, and that's one of our areas that we've done work in the past. We're currently finishing up the Justice Center out of Colby. Out there is about a $15 million project, that type of thing. So it's taken a couple of years and all that, but I just wanted to, like I say, introduce us. And I'd also like to know kind of where that project is with you guys. As far as my understanding and visiting with Goldberg is that there will be a referendum with the public in November, possibly.
I believe we're headed that direction.
You're having a vote, possibly having a vote.
We are headed that direction.
Okay,
We made the decision actually today to send it to vote.
okay.
What services does your firm provide if you're working with Goldberg or whoever the other?
Well, we would be the construction manager for the project. the general contractor
So you'd be
for
working-
it. So you'd have a contract with, I believe you have do you have a contract now with Goldberg?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so at some point, have you picked a general contractor?
No.
Okay, so whenever that time comes and you're ready to do that, then that's where KPS would come in, because we do the project management, can help do the budgeting, the timelines for it.
So there'd be a contractor, 3 or 4 contractors may bid on it, but you're the company that oversees
We would be
their
one of
work-
those.
their workmanship.
We would be one of those companies,
You'd be one of those companies.
right, that would bid on doing the construction.
Did you bid on Lynn County?
No, I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of.
Because their project just
It'd be Mountain City.
in Mount City.
Yeah, no, we
They're
haven't.
finishing their project up in March as their
Are
target.
they?
Did you bid on Payolas? Or
Several years ago. Yeah, that's what, 6?
We toured that facility the first year I became a commissioner, 4.5 years ago. We spent a day up there.
Didn't Lloyd Builders do that one?
Yes.
I think so, yeah. Right. Do you know, is this gonna be a hard bid project, or are they gonna go out and do a construction manager where you interview the contractors and then make a decision on how they're gonna do that? Or have you got that far down the
That
road
would
yet?
That'd be a Goldberg question there. because he's-
Okay.
when we-
You're kind of taking direction from
Yeah,
them?
yes, our contract with him.
Okay. That's fine. So there's several different ways of doing the delivery of it from a general contractor standpoint. So you'll get, typically, the general contractor, if they're selected early in the process, which we encourage, especially on multi-million-dollar things, then they sit down with you, your representatives, with the architect, Goldberg in this case, for design. And they're involved early and work through to help you guys come up, well, you work all the change orders out in the pre-planning, if you want to call it that. It helps finalize the budget, give you a lot better idea of what it's going to cost. And then your schedule and your time that it takes to do it. So there's some advantages to going that route of construction manager, but sometimes it's dictated by funding. So are there federal funds involved or anything like that that you know of right now as far as?
Not that we're aware of right now.
Okay, okay.
I know they was looking into some, I think, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of CARES money out on the street, as you guys are aware of. Some places are using that to update facilities and stuff like that, so I didn't know if you.
Do we need to retain a grant underwriter that can explore that?
Size of the project, you might want to consider that.
Yeah, we're looking at 25 to
Is
30.
that where it's at, 25 to 30? Yeah.
So that is something we need to explore
I would,
and retain a company that can do it.
yeah, to do for the funding, yeah.
Because there's grant money out there for everything.
There
Problem
is.
is you don't know where to go get it.
Right, yeah, no, if you know of somebody, well, that might be a way to help soften the blow, so to speak. So,
So there is probably care money out there for certain.
there is, but I'm not sure what the earmarks are on it, in all honesty. We did a jail addition up at Holton a year ago, when that stuff first kind of came out. Those monies had to be spent by the first of the year.
At time frames.
Right, so some of them have that caveat with them. There is a pool of money out now that doesn't seem to have all of those restrictions on it as well, but I'm really not sure what areas you can apply that to, so.
That'd be a question for that southeast gentleman that was in here last week. With that, 146?
But Bobby could do that for you.
I was thinking about that yesterday.
We need to visit,
I was thinking about that yesterday, if there's
but
any
Bobby
way
do some exploring of what
some of this money could be used in that aspect.
he seems to have a lot of contacts. And he's, I think, got his foot in the door pretty strongly down there in southeast.
Yeah, I think he has too.
How quick will you all be moving towards that if everything passes and you get to go ahead?
Be voted on in November.
That's when you get to go ahead in the public in November. And then does Goldberg giving you a time frame when drawings will be ready and all that? kind of
Our
stuff?
goal is the election will be in November, and Tuesday, if it passes, we want to move forward on Wednesday.
Got
That's
it.
what we're shooting for.
Okay, understand, yeah. So as soon as they can get it done.
Right.
How far along are they with the drawings?
No.
Any idea? Just really haven't got some kind of concept type stuff?
Just some sketches, if you will, for general public of outside appearance. I mean, he's got some drawings, I mean, rough drafts.
Okay.
But nothing
Very rough.
carved and
They,
stuff.
they were really generic. When I talked to Larry the other day, they were more generic than what I thought they might be, but he said they're also fairly commingled. I mean, I'm not sure the right word. They're generic to a point.
I don't think it would take him long
I don't
once
think
we
it'd take
say
him long.
yes to design it.
Right.
I mean, it's
No, he's
partially,
done enough of them. I'm sure.
partially designed as we speak, but
Once they do, they're very familiar with the regs and all that stuff.
I bet you 90 days, I bet 90 days we'd have drawings.
We'll probably be close.
Yeah.
Where's this project gonna be located? If it goes?
we're going out by the
That's the
airport.
next question.
We're going out by the airport.
You want to by the airport?
North town?
Yes.
Sorry.
You need to do 100.
Don't go to Topeka.
I had to turn coming down the stairs, so I got disoriented.
You need to do 180.
It,
We've got the county owns 600 acres out there, section.
Okay. Right. Well, that'd probably help too, if you've already got the ground.
And the infrastructure is pretty well
You got
placed.
that, it's already done, so.
This is the drawings that we have, last I had.
I didn't realize those was generic as what they really are, but like I said, they're probably very similar to what it'll end up
They
being. but,
probably do that for a reason, be my
Yeah,
guess.
control costs.
You guys have any other capital improvement projects that we might be aware of or could be?
The 4-H building, but it's a small one.
It's a small
I mean,
Okay.
under a mil.
Right.
Between a half and a mil.
So we welcome you and invite you to bid on any.
Be more than happy to. I just, how do I get on that list? Maybe that's the next question.
Well,
Does that list come through a public works?
yeah, I
Person
mean,
or-
Goldberg will advertise the jail. I mean,
Well, the jail, yes.
then we're gonna advertise that 4-H as well. It's,
5,500 square foot,
yeah,
Metal building,
probably gonna be metal.
yeah.
that won't happen before the first of the year.
No.
Those things are tough to get a hold of.
Has metal buildings come down as quickly as what lumber has?
You know, I don't know, in all honesty. I have not heard that. I've heard lumber and some of that stuff starting to get come back to the real world. But,
It's not completely down there, but.
no, it's not there yet.
Your
It's not
project
where-
just started 60 days too early.
It's not where the clients would like it, for sure. And, with contracts that we had and had to adjust, we didn't like it where it was either.
OSB 7/16 down to 17.95 a sheet.
Still 2.5 times too early.
Yeah, it is.
Better than 4.
Goldberg just let a contract on a jail facility in Iowa. A month ago, 2 months ago, 3 or 4 months ago. Was your firm involved in that bidding?
No, no, we pretty
I
much
didn't know
stay
we
in
reached that
northeast
far out.
Kansas, yeah. We're pretty much, I call it north of 54,
Yeah.
west or east of Salina, and do a little bit around the
East of
Kansas City
84.
metro area too. So we've done some work with the hospital here in town, Vic Blocker. His crews, so he'd be my local reference, if you will, for you guys. And so-
I've known Vic since he was about that long, so.
You know, everybody
I'll
knows Vic,
check-
and
I'll
I've never
check-
met the gentleman.
I'll check you out then.
Yeah, do that, please do.
Vic-
Well,
Vic-
the company. He doesn't know me, but like I say, I have not had the chance to,
I've heard nothing but very, very good things about Vic, so.
he does a good job. Good. You guys have any questions? Feel free.
Absolutely
You've got a
appreciate
phone and an email right there, so, we can kind of help assist all the way through the process. Once you get through November, if it gets going like that, or if there's anything prior to, don't hesitate to give it a ring.
How'd you find out about the jail?
We'll get that
Through
done.
Goldberg?
What did I hear about this? I saw the blurb because, on the news for the Osage County project. Followed up with that, found out that Goldberg was involved with that. And called them, talked to them a little bit more and asked them, if there's anything else going on like that. And, Coffee County came up. So,
Where's Osage County at on their project?
about where you are.
Same.
They're passing this morning, they took information from the sheriff to do it's not a general obligation bond, it's a resolution. They made a note on so that they could get it on the ballot, the revenue bond election is what they call it. Charter resolution type stuff, so. But based on just overhearing what you guys said, I think they're probably kind of that same place. But getting things lined up to get it on the ballot and then see where it all goes after that. So, I think your project may be a little bigger than what they're considering.
Ours is 78 bed.
The what?
Ours is 78 bed. I'm not sure how big.
Yeah, and they really,
Not sure their size.
no, I think, I'm basing that comment on dollar amount. I think they were around 20, and you're talking 25, so hopefully some more. Something's
I
different.
bet it's gonna be somewhere. I bet it's gonna be real
I'll tell you what,
close.
you add 5 million to it, I mean.
Are you
not adding-
combining other departments
Yeah.
as part of that? So that would
For
be
the
some
court,
other,
sitting court and dispatch, everything will be together.
that'd be good. Does that take care of, does the city involve with that too? Police department things, or,
As involved,
what I want to say, will they be
transporting into?
one of the units or things that are stationed out there?
No, the city will
They'll
stay
stay
here.
in here.
Yeah, but they'll take. Well, I would say they'll take rest these.
Well, they'll probably use the
They'll use
space,
the
the
cell
cell space, won't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So, okay. I'm keeping you guys from lunch. I actually took more time than I planned.
Worked through for a while, I think.
Appreciate that. Issue one of those for the record. And,
If you got Andrew, did you get a card?
I didn't, I wasn't.
We're gonna lose ours, you better give Andrew a card too.
she takes care of everything.
I think
What does Andrew do?
the executive
does.
assistant for the,
The what?
the executive assistant for the commission.
Great, okay.
Need somebody to keep it straight. Got 2 of
We
them.
gotta have two.
I wish I could hire one every once in a while for me.
Next 2 to keep us straight.
And the attorney.
No, that's
Steve,
good.
appreciate you
So,
coming in.
I appreciate the time, and I will probably check in on you guys every once in a while, if that's all right, from time to time. We kind of watch the agenda and see when that topic's at.
We're also on YouTube too. You can watch us.
Are you live on YouTube?
We're live on YouTube.
Oh.
You're live on YouTube right
Right
now.
now.
Hope you're where you're supposed to be.
All right, good deal. Well, thanks, gentlemen.
Thank
Appreciate it.
you.
It's nice to meet all of you, and if you do have any questions, well, don't hesitate to give me a ring.
Okay, thanks.
You didn't know he was lying, did
Time's up. Time to wait.
I was on.
Mine doesn't
They
say.
had to wake you up.
Okay.
I got
I
that too.
answered it, I didn't, I
That'll
guess
work.
there is a group, isn't there? He was talking to me.
Thank you.
I want to get a hold of somebody.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking.
Jesse, I think we're the only ones working.
You betcha.
Jim says that.
Mm-hmm. Somebody got carried away around here, Bob.
I'm looking at emails.
What's a dozer valve?
What?
A dozer, D-O-S-E-R valve truck.
Dozer valve?
Yeah.
That's probably for the, after treatment system.
Where the truck went limp and, with the dozer valve was bad,
Mm-hmm.
and you replaced.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's for the after treatment system.
Just another add-on.
Just another add-on. That way we can breathe clean air, but yet we have to wear masks. They're talking 6 weeks, 6 to 12 weeks for a NOx sensor, NOx sensor for that crap.
It's working.
Now you can get to work. That's a lot to go through there.
Always like this one, mortuary, it says, we appreciate your visit.
Thanks for your business. Angie, here's a bill from Richmond Body Works for evidently 2 vehicles totaling $14,000. What vehicles were those? Do you recall?
Not even sheriff's office.
I'm sorry?
Sheriff's office.
They work for the
maybe?
sheriff?
I think so.
I'm trying to find it. They don't make a difference.
It should tell you. Oh, county general. It says county general.
Well, it says general and 14. I know we had a vehicle or two.
Yeah, I think it's sheriff's office. I'm pretty sure, yeah.
But almost, I don't know of any others.
Yeah, it's sheriff's office unit.
Yes. Yes, I didn't recall them maybe being quite that high. I don't think so. Ford takes everything up to, well, yeah, they're all of them.
We might.
Body shop in the county,
Not real ones.
not real ones.
I would recommend Richmond to anybody. They totally, they did a fantastic job.
Body shop up there, $54 an hour, up to $80 an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cheap.
I think the one in Iowa, this one here is Richmond. I think the one in Iowa is the same way. I think they're 54 and 80.
I think you're right.
I think that's where Curtis is. There, when I was at the elevator, we used to have Richmond do all of our work when we needed it. I can't even think of the guy's name that owns that place.
Jake.
You know, Jake don't sound right,
Jake is the owner.
but been 20 plus years too. So.
$1,680 to Elk County Jail for holding our inmates.
Put that down there at Howard. Then he's down there 2 months.
Huh?
Close to it.
It's two different people.
It was 2 different people.
It's two different people. One of them 20 days, one of them 28 days.
I didn't, I seen what it was and I didn't.
Plus the expenses of taking them down and bringing them back.
Yeah. And the risk is involved.
I wonder how many beds they have down there, Howard.
I'm sorry?
I wonder how many beds they have down there, Howard.
I have no idea.
That's Google.
It is probably,
That's Google.
That's
They do everything.
I haven't been to Howard in 25, 30 years. We go by there most every year when we're going football games.
Have you ever been to the jail?
Nope.
Well, you wouldn't have any idea anyway, then, would you?
I've been,
We gotta stay out of them places.
right. We had a preacher Roy Brown, there at Leroy, that was his home stopping grounds was Howard.
My morning started out very interesting. I had a general contractor call me and he said, I got a project bid today at 4. Need a price for some stuff. Okay,
Give you a lot of notice, didn't it?
yeah. And then I got another one calling me saying that they're a large general contractor. Their concrete crew they had got pulled off to another project and want me to go next week to finish up one for them at the peak. Yeah.
Pretty crazy up there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's wild right now. I mean, if, I could sit in an office and bid all day long if I had 100 employees to be there.
Yeah.
A 100 that knew what they were doing.
Exactly.
Makes a big difference. Right?
Windmill turn, that's it.
Really?
Just shut off.
I will say I am blessed to have the 10 I got right now that know exactly what they're doing, and they turn out some very good work.
Angie, we were gonna ask for auctioneers to bid on our sale for next year.
Mhm.
Is that only put in the paper, or do we send notices out to our local auctioneer people?
We are only required to publish in the paper.
And that's what we do? Okay.
We don't have any local.
I don't even-
Edelman's the only one in the
Pardon?
county. Edelman's the only one in the county. I think.
Yeah.
What about Cameron?
Darwin's just outside.
Cameron, I don't think he,
He asked me here a month ago if we were gonna have a county, and I didn't know how you,
Darwin always bids on it.
if you know, yeah. I didn't know whether we send out notices or paper only.
Cameron. I guess he is, but he's never bid on that. He doesn't, and done it for quite a long time. He bids himself.
That's a big thing now.
Well, you got Cameron, is Cameron bid on that?
I don't think we have.
Does he have a bid?
I don't think we have.
Bob said he never has.
He never had, Cameron never had.
Bob said he never has.
Yeah. I didn't know whether Cameron did or not.
But he's welcome to, but he never has. And I think that's his, I don't think that's his thing anymore.
It's not his expertise, I don't think.
I guess we got Ben Ertz in the county. He works with Darwin.
Who's that,
So what you'll see is Ben will bid on it. He works with Darwin, but Ben will bid on it because he's a county resident, that way he gets the 5%.
oh, 5%, yeah. Isn't there a commissioners deal in Kansas City this fall?
The conference in October 18th through 21st.
Is this still on?
Mhm.
All that's elected personnel, isn't it?
Elected and appointed.
Elected and appointed. We've already signed up for that.
Mhm. Yeah, the hotel reservations are made, but with a cancellation policy, and wait, when it got a little closer, if anyone confirmed, because it said it doesn't sell out, so you can actually register for the conference itself as late as possible. That way, if someone can't go,
Right,
it's not.
that's October 18th.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine might be like over 17,
18th,
18,
21st.
October 18th through the
21st.
21st.
So it is through the 21st.
That's what I had, is that a,
I thought it was the 20th.
let's see, it could be, let's see.
Andrew, I see we got a bill here for tree trimming, $1,700. Have they done all the tree trimming that needs to be done?
Yes.
I haven't, I need to go out, but I didn't notice I didn't notice that they had it done yet.
It does say the 20th, Tim, the 18th to the 20th.
All right. Had me worried.
Oh, it's 2021, I think, through me, the 18th to the 20th.
Used up, is that what it is?
Hopefully my live stream.
We have to finish that.
Yeah. Supposed to sing lead Thursday. Football's gonna go on, he's got one of the Louisiana. He's an apprentice for the electric company, so he's on the road to Louisiana right now. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Anybody pins to my left, burn it up. Sign was so fast.
On the back wall.
Did one time, did we talk about just sending one plan for funerals? I see here we sent $200 for two different ones. For the same. Yes. Just got soaking in.
What department?
One of them was opposed to general. And the other one was the noxious weed. Dirt,
What'd you have to bring him back for? We like Eric much better.
We found him on the side of the road.
Did you?
In custody.
In custody? Well, he's masked up, so we're good.
Looking for somebody to bomb him out. Can't find anybody right now that'll do it.
We'll start taking a collection.
He's SO here.
I haven't been by the ATM,
Betcha, sir.
so.
Mine is saying disregard, no, not actually.
I thought we kept saying 78.
Pardon me?
I thought we kept saying 78.
Again, you look at one document that says 78, and just round it up again, put 8. I mean, so,
TJ.
Sir?
I never ever knew that was even on the list.
I remember.
That was my wheelhouse.
again, it's just something else we talked about doing. It's in the budget for it. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But again, I thought we needed to put it in there if we've talked about it. That way the public knows. We're not trying to hide anything that we're gonna do, you know, that just,
My one concern, you know, and I don't mean it in a negative point, but what about the nuclear plant? If something should happen, you've got everything sitting right there.
everything's sitting right here.
I mean, it's a lot closer up there
True.
versus here.
True. But I don't think 5 miles, you know, is gonna make that big a difference.
Bad is bad.
That's right. We still have the availability,
Right.
like we always do, of, not to go into safeguards information, because we can't do that, but there are contingencies in place for us to immediately get somebody out long before, you know, there might be a release. So I'm not going to go into detail in an open meeting on our security features that we do when that occurs, but
No,
yeah, there's contingencies and policies already in place and have been as long as I've been here.
okay.
Yeah.
Just being new, I'm
Understand?
agreeing to all that.
Yeah.
Do you concur?
With this wording?
Yes, sir.
Yes, actually, worked with Tom a little bit on it. We worked on it prior to this point, and it's sort of just been sitting in idle until you figure out the financing part, and that's the part that was added.
And I think the financing is very good. Simple terminology, easy to digest, so.
So to summarize, because no taxes are being increased, an easy way to put it, I mean, this isn't required, you're doing this because this is what you said you were gonna do from the beginning, to let the voters decide.
Yeah.
Now, the last paragraph is something I asked Tom to add because on the outside, some of what has been relayed to me is, well, once you do this, then you get to expand it as much as you want, and the taxpayers don't get to say otherwise. So that's where this 244 or 400 bed facility, you agree to this, and then later on down the road, there's no limit. This puts a limit on it. It requires a vote to expand beyond 80.
You know, everything's been stated so far, Tom, that I've been aware, it's been 78 beds. I know it's only a small deal, but does that 80 need to be specified as 78? To me, it don't make a difference, but I don't know what your
Again-
presentation is gonna be.
Again, if you hear Goldberg talk, he'll say 70 to 80 beds.
Okay,
It just depends on what they get up there. I just use the largest amount he's used in that 70 to 80. I just put 80. That way, nobody can say, well, you didn't tell us you were gonna put 96. There's not 96.
so our
I'm saying the most
presentation,
it's gonna be is 80 bed facility.
the presentation needs to represent that.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if I really want to throw a kink in this, but this is the very first I ever knew about emergency management.
I think that was on the table from,
I don't recall it ever being part of it, but, I mean, that can be or cannot be moved part of this bit project, right? Just because it says it could be, doesn't mean that we would have to
That's correct.
move it. I mean, I just
That's
want to
correct.
clarify that because,
We just felt, again, we just felt that if you're taking your dispatch center with you and you're building that, EOC there with it, why wouldn't you take your emergency management with you?
Well, that was gonna be my next question. It pretty much has to work hand in hand, does it not?
It doesn't, sir, but if we don't build an EOC there, an operations center there, then what? I'm supposed to bring dispatchers back here? That's improbable. If there was truly a release and the wind is headed to the northwest, I'm sure not taking dispatchers and driving through a plume to get here. Wherever your dispatch center is probably where your operations is. If nothing else, you've got an operations center there to be used when it happens. I can't see emergency management staying here. I won't say emergency management, I can't see the emergency operations center not going with us wherever we go, where our dispatcher is. And so I just assumed, again, it's assumption that we talked, I've talked to Carl and said, hey, this is something we might be talking about doing up there, But again, we're a long way from deciding anything. We're just talking, getting plans drew up and how we're gonna pay for it. If Carl says, I'm not moving, then Carl's not moving. We'll figure something out. Again, I'm just trying to put every single thing in there, so somebody can't come back like Don's saying, well, you said it was 78 beds, now you're saying it's 80? How much do I have to put in there?
Right.
I'm trying to cover myself.
and I fully understand that, yes, we need a, EOC up there. I understand all that. I'm not sure moving the whole deal because it might be okay for an emergency for that EOC, but, there's a lot that goes on in that office that is interconnected with all the other offices and priorities in this courthouse. And one of the reasons why we were merging some of this other stuff is because of that, so. But I want to leave again, and I guess it's fine to put it in there, but then we would have to work that out once that's taken care of. So, I mean, I think we need the EOC and all that stuff, which would involve emergency management. So, I mean, I'm not opposed to it, putting it in there. Put it in there and go from there.
I do think it was mentioned in Goldberg's original design plans. It may have, I'm picturing in my head, it's on the top of the right-hand side of one of the pages where it's specifically mentioned. And I don't have it in front of me, but it starts with what would be included, the recommendations that would be included, starts at the bottom of the prior page and then flows on to the top of the next page.
Yes. I recall that myself. And I guess my thinking, correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, but, I mean, staff itself wouldn't have to move. You just want the facility set up where dispatch don't have to come here in case of emergency. The staff or emergency management to go there, or are you expecting the staff to be there?
Again, sir, we're playing word games here. I wouldn't want emergency management coming there dragged to a plume.
Correct.
I think it needs to be one place, make up our minds what we're gonna do. We're a long way from there.
Okay.
I just think that we have the availability to say, we can build that there. We had Goldberg, tell us, yes, you got enough space here, we can make this emergency management. The space is there to do that, if we decide to do that.
Okay.
This is just verbiage going on the budget.
Okay.
That's correct, sir.
Right.
I'm fine with
And
it.
that's what I was trying to clarify.
So I would add, because of the concern with the 80, after 38,000 square feet, add the word up to 80 and then add the word S, so it's bed, up to 80 beds. So that way if it's 78 beds, then it's 78 beds, but up to 80. And then maybe to change the word attorney to prosecutor offices, because attorney offices, just thinking about it theoretically now, is, does that mean you're gonna have a law office in the courthouse? No, you sort of are with the prosecutor office. And there will be offices for defense counsel to meet with their clients, which, at least there were plans for two rooms so that could occur. But outside of that, there's not gonna be, someone's not gonna set up the law practice in the courthouse.
The key is we want the attorney to be able to come there because we don't want to put our prisoners, I guess you could call them. This is part of the whole deal, making it all together, is because we're not putting people out, taking people out and bringing people in and everything, so it lessens a lot of the potential. So, yes. Brought through the King's Under.
So engineer, you want to make that change?
Anybody?
So prosecutor officers.
Just with the amended changes.
I can read it with the amended changes. Basically, it just want to change it up to 80 bed facility and then court, emergency management, and prosecutor's office. Doing 2 amendments, correct? So I guess the verbiage to kick this off would be, we need a motion to send this to the ballot based off of shall the duly registered voters of Coffee Can. Is that correct way to start that off?
You're wanting a motion to take this proposed language and put it on the ballot. But I don't know which ballot. Are you gonna do it in November? Are you gonna wait?
I believe we decided just send it down the pipe because
November what of this year? Whatever the date is.
November 2nd.
I mean, that, when we had a discussion earlier, you weren't here, but
Sure.
3 or 4 of us are kind of under we think there's enough people that know it's coming down the pipe, and we're all involved in some community information settings, and some public sessions. Now that the funding is decided 100% how it's going to occur, I believe 4 of us decided, or 3 or 4 of us decided to just move down the road, send it to the voters.
And you were the ones that get to make that decision.
That's what we were told.
That's what I hear.
So we need a motion for this, so am I correct?
I believe so.
Pardon me?
I believe so.
Okay. So,
Do you want to just start it out with move to place the proposed question on November 2nd, 2021 city school general election, and then do the quote like you're going to word it, shall, and go ahead and read the rest.
and then shall the duly registered voters of Coffee County, Kansas approve the expenditure of 20% of the estimated total cost through reserve funds, with 80% to be paid through bond financing. No additional tax increase for the design, construction, and furnishings of a freestanding 38 square foot facility. 38,000, excuse me, up to 80 beds. It will encompass the corrections, the Justice Center, including sheriff's offices, communications, judicial court, emergency management, and prosecutors' offices. It is estimated that the overall cost to complete will be approximately 25 million and approximately 16 to 20 months to complete construction. Any future expansion beyond the 80 correctional beds will be subject to a vote by the registered voters of Coffee County, Kansas.
Second.
You moved?
I'll move.
Jesse moved,
I'll second.
Bob seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
We know we're gonna get some votes from South Bend.
Good luck, Mr. Johnson.
Thanks, sirs. We'll, be in touch. Do you want to have Andrea or someone else try to set up some town hall meetings? Or do you want me to do that? Or what would you like done if we can get this process started? I suppose we're ready to get it started.
I would say if we can get somebody to be the setting up some meetings, that would be great. Where that would,
Where are you at along that? You've been working with some of that already to,
again, Don and Wade have seen what I have, PowerPoint presentation I made up. But again, it's probably something that if you want it done professionally, I reach out to Goldberg, or you can reach out to Goldberg, however you want to do it.
why don't you reach out to Goldberg? Andrew is gonna leave on vacation here in a couple of days, so I mean, if you don't mind. Because I know in one of our meetings, we did talk to Goldberg, and I believe his daughter or one of his associates about they could help us get together some PowerPoints, have us a slide where we could set up if we had to. I mean, there was a lot of discussion on that, so,
I'll reach out to him this afternoon.
okay.
You know, I don't want our citizens to understand that we're trying to overly promote it. But yet, a first-class PowerPoint is absolutely got a big plus in a project like this.
I'll reach out to him this afternoon, Don.
And I think would probably need to reach out.
I'll reach out this afternoon, Don.
The timing is pretty important too.
I'll reach out this afternoon.
So with that being said, the timeliness of setting something up at Kelly Hall would be important too. I mean, let's see how soon Goldberg can get something together, and then, of course, they said it was only taking like a week, if I remember correctly. So if he can have something to us for next week, you or I can call city and reserve Kelly Hall or something, and see if Brad can help us set up something, you know, to in conjunction with everything.
Okay, whatever you'd like. I'll do whatever I can.
That's what I'm seeing. I mean, I'm open for any and all suggestions, so.
Are you talking about a special session where the entire board meets? And I still think
I think that would be number one.
I think we start off because the vote, whoever wants to come in and ask questions, they need to ask each one of you and have all those questions answered. They don't need to ask Tom. Tom can answer some of the questions that are law enforcement related, but anything that's specific to why this is being done, why you decided to move forward, anything that is a decision-making answer, the board is the one who needs to answer that. If it's architectural, then we need to have Goldberg. But that way, if you're in a special setting, then you can all collectively talk and not violate the Open Meetings Act.
Well, let's see how soon Goldberg can get something together, and then we can make, get a hold. Kelly Hall would be the only place I could think. I mean,
I think New Strawn at the community center, since New Strawn is the closest community to it, I really think that would, I mean, Kelly Hall's too, but I think we need to focus kind of letting the New Strawn people be aware of what's going on, because that's.
If you ask me, sir, it ought to be in every single town.
That's what I
It
just
should be,
so, I mean,
but I think we should be starting with probably those two,
The big one.
kick off with New Strawn and Burlington.
the big one and then the local closest, I think.
So your suggestion, we need to have a meeting in every community with all the commissioners there that could possibly make it that particular night.
Sure. They're all county residents.
So you want me to try to schedule Burlington's first and New Strong second? Is that your desire? Or vice versa?
That part,
Whichever works for you.
New Strong, well,
Whatever Goldberg says and whatever's up to you. And you want to have these meetings on Wednesday night? You spoke about that last week.
Yeah.
Or what night do you want it done?
Wednesdays are probably gonna be the deadest nights for.
It's by far the best night.
Okay, I'll touch base with Goldberg and I'll get back with Andy or something. She can send you emails or text, however you guys communicate, and we'll try to get this ball started.
okay, again, she's gonna be on vacation. When you leave,
Can you let me know too? So
I
that
can always let Andy know.
publish in the
okay,
next meeting?
that'll work too.
You're almost gonna have to select another night though, because you're talking about 6 Wednesday nights. That gets you into that'll get you to late October before you're done. I don't think we want to be that late.
Early voting, you said Wednesday,
13th.
13th of October?
Yeah.
Might have to do a couple.
You know, a lot of our city councils meet on a Monday. I know Burlington, of course, they may be Wednesday, first and third Wednesdays, aren't they? Now, would that be a plus to put it around city council meeting? I know Leroy meets the first Monday, really, I'm not sure what day they meet.
Leave those Mondays.
We got 6 Wednesdays till the 13th of October.
But you're not gonna be able to have it put together until the second,
Not counting this week,
That's count next week.
starting next week.
and you won't have it together the next week.
But
I
I'll
would
need,
think.
if you get something planned for next week, I'll need to get something in this week for
Yeah.
next week's meeting.
It'd be in this week's paper right now.
And there has to be enough notice to go out, similar to an agenda, because special meetings follow the Open Meetings Act. So
Here's one thing. We've already had a meeting in Burlington. And it went south. So why don't we try to hold the first big meeting at New Strong with all of us present?
I think you need to,
No,
so what happened with Burlington was sort of by design. It was handling misinformation and rumors that sort of sidetracked things, because actually what was being presented was not accurate. So I still think there's an advantage to the entire board meeting in Burlington. This is one of your big population bases, and I think if you don't come back out as a board and meet with them, that's not a very good.
that's fine.
I think we need to give answers to Burlington for what happened the other night.
That's fine. I'm for it. I just thinking outside the box.
I don't know if it really needs to, some of the Wednesdays is fine, but if we could have meetings other days, because the people who want to be there will probably be there. And we're not, just because some community has a volleyball game or a football game, doesn't mean the whole community is gonna go. I mean, we're not gonna get everyone in that community anyway, but it goes down to nitty gritty, and we want to hit all the community. We may have to do another day besides Wednesday on some of them.
I think Bob's right. I think we're gonna select other days. I'd probably suggest keeping it off Friday, because the Friday is a football game. That's a big community event. Volleyball, although it's important for the school, those are a little more open nights too.
Thursdays
They
are-
keep it all Friday night.
Thursdays are cross country.
I'm sorry,
Thursdays are cross country.
Yeah.
Mondays and Wednesdays.
volleyball's 2 nights a week, but it's not, like the football. I think you're just gonna have to go with the dates, Tom, and we're obligated to be there.
So if you're gonna do it on a Wednesday, for example, with Burlington, I think Burlington, this Wednesday is their city council meeting. So you wouldn't wanna stack it.
Yeah.
So it would need to be
Next
the
week
opposite. And we know from what happened with the city of Burlington 2 or 3 meetings ago, that it is a topic that people are interested in. Don, you were there were 30, 35, 40 people there.
Probably close to 40.
So those people, if they want, they need to be given notice so they can come out and talk about it with this board, not with the city council.
Could a person do that on a Monday night? And then they meet on a Wednesday, did you say? Burlington meets on a Wednesday?
Yes.
Every other Wednesday.
First and third.
First and third Wednesday, so.
You're not gonna pick a night that's gonna be suitable for everyone.
No,
so you're
I'm
just gonna pick a
available
night and
anyway,
go, so.
unless I'm down the road,
So
so.
if you chose, for example, say a Monday night and a Wednesday night, and you did it the same week, or staggered it in another week, people who want to come will make their schedule available. Oh, well, I can go this Monday, or I can go this Wednesday. And if they have something going on, they'll accommodate.
I agree. First, let's see how long it'll take to go over and get our PowerPoint together, eh?
Okay, and so what do you want in the PowerPoint? He's gonna wanna know that.
To be able to sell the project.
Well,
As many positive things as possible.
I guess maybe I just assumed you'd have the overall sketch of the exterior and what it's gonna look like. It's just something to be having up there on the screen, if you will. And, of course, the rest is in black and white right here, 38 square feet.
8,000 square feet.
38,000 square feet, yeah, with 80 beds, but, I'm not sure you could do much more than that. I should come and think about it, but, I mean, other than answer the questions as to why, where. We all know why.
People are gonna wanna know the rate of return on the investment. That might be some numbers that they could throw in. You know, what it's costing us to house inmates out of county. You know, what the county can make by housing inmates from other counties also. You know, so those kind of numbers.
That's all on your charts A through D, but I understand that.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I have that included in as well, but, yeah.
And I think the safety needs to be a feature.
the
The
safety,
safety of having everything under one roof.
And the safety and liability is by far the best. It's the strongest talking point.
is there any way to video record how the jail is now, and maybe pros and cons, you know, or the negativity of this area versus, you know, this is,
That's in my PowerPoint, and Don didn't like it. It's not professional enough.
okay. Well, like I say, I wasn't there. so.
Now, your PowerPoint had a lot of pictures of what we currently have, and then some pictures of, down the road.
Well, I think it's important to show what we have.
Yeah,
I
That
do
way,
too.
that way they can see the pinch points and the trouble areas, you know, and you can discuss those, you know, through your PowerPoint.
That's the reason we're proposing the change, is because of what we.
Show the lack of room.
Well, I don't know that a person should not have it in there. I think it maybe should be included with more information. I don't know.
Some of what would be captured in the video is the exact reason why a new facility is needed, but it also deals with security and it would potentially compromise the safety of the people who are in the jail.
Okay, that's right.
And I think you have to be very careful with that. If somebody wants to take a tour of it, then the sheriff's door is open, then people will take advantage. But even then, the communication of how it's talked about, even within the jail, has to be done in a very careful way to not compromise the integrity of, or the safety of those who work within those walls. Now, to take a video of one of the staff, top staff, with a shop vac sucking up the water from a cell that they have to do because they can't get parts. I mean, that's a video that needs to be shown, because that, either you shut that cell down or you have a shop vac that you hope continues to work, because that water is gonna continue to.
It's in there.
I think I got a video of bringing prisoner in with the school in the background.
People know the schools, I mean, I'm not being sarcastic, people know where it's at.
I know.
Come on, folks, I mean, they know that it's across the street from the grade school, and now, across the street from the preschool. I mean, Brad, we were talking before you left, can you set this up at, let's say, Kelly Hall, if they have a commission meeting, so we can have this
Yeah, we probably can.
at different locations?
Yes.
Throughout the county?
Yes.
Thank you.
We make a comment that our citizens are aware next to the school, that these other outside towns, they're not, the people there are not aware that jail's sitting that close to that daycare, or that absolutely has got to be a strong point. 'Cause half our county probably is totally unaware that it's that close to middle school or elementary school yet. And to me, the daycare is worse, closer yet.
Well, I guarantee the folks in Leeville, half of them don't know it.
Well, I guarantee they don't leave on Waverly, they don't realize the vicinity of where we're sitting, and the liability issue is there.
So the easy fix for that is to get a GIS map and then have a line drawn from the outermost perimeter of the jail to the daycare and to the elementary school, and it'll be in feet, and then put that within the PowerPoint, and then that answers that question.
The elementary school is only 300 feet away, that daycare is only, it's less than 100 feet away, so.
Do you guys have an enclosed, I've never been through it, do you guys have an enclosed where if you bring somebody in off of a outside in, does the vehicle, the patrol officer and the custody go inside the building before they exit, or do they
Used to.
exit outside?
Used to, for administration and storage, we don't longer have a sally port.
Oh, okay. So you gotta bring them, you pull them out of the car outside.
You walk them in outside,
They
down
can-
that slope.
They can break away and go run to the school.
Yes, sir. They're in handcuffs.
Yeah.
Yep. They're taken out of the car outside, had to walk in through the side door, because we no longer have a side port.
Okay, so you can get us set up and let us know what dates.
That's what I'll put there set up. And on a different note, are we able to use the big cover trailer again for OK Kids to show a movie on and take stuff out?
Me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Can we still share that? Did you say that?
I'm sorry.
We can still share that together with.
Yeah, I just, don't know if we can use it.
Yeah.
They're asking, OK Kids being live final, OK Kids being used for that.
I think it's now that, I don't know that it's been moved out, parking lot, it's probably up there at the landfill store.
I believe it is too. I just want to make sure before I missed that meeting today, and then to be here, so, it's taken care of. I'll get the ball started this afternoon, let you know as soon as I find out something. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies, I'll be in touch.
Let me know what I can do.
And everything, we're going step by step. We're taking a step forward, I'm happy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yours, sir.
I took a little break earlier, and taught Darrell in his office and, talking about that, architect document to sign, trying to clarify percentages and stuff like that. So I believe that's what he has for us.
Yeah, I called Hector, and, that on that schedule on page 21 is the schedule of payments. And to get through the bidding phase to bid opening, we would have to go through the procurement phase, which would be 80% of the payment of the architect's fee.
Of the amount of the lowest bid.
Well, it'd be 80% of that 65,450. Yeah, which is the architect's fee portion of it.
So we'd be responsible for 80% of that 65, which would be $50,000
Yeah, 52, something like that, I believe.
in order just to get a design.
Well, that would get the design and through the bidding process. They would help us, come up with a list of contractors to submit bids to.
open the bids and, up to acceptance or, not, whichever you decide to do. So, but.
To move forward, it's gonna cost $52,000.
Yeah, basically.
Yes, that's what's.
Yeah, and then, back on page 19, it does explain that either party can, opt out, I guess, basically with 7 days, notification and that sort of thing. And then the payment will be, any services rendered prior to that notification. But that process is kind of spelled out on page 19. Is that what you needed?
Yep, I think that hopefully that answers all our questions.
You know, the next thing, it says design development phase, 10%. What is their responsibilities in that phase?
In that phase,
'Cause that's twice what this first gonna be.
it's back on page 8, Don. It starts a description of each of those phases.
I haven't read this word for word, okay?
Okay, yeah, it gets into what each phase, the breakdown of each phase. And, the schematic design starts on page 7, and explains what their, duties and responsibilities for each of those phases are. Yeah,
Cause that adds another 100,000 to it right quick.
so getting it through,
Just to get it through that part, you're gonna have 155,000.
well, no,
How do you figure that?
Pardon?
How do you figure that?
Well, if 5%
once they
is
complete it,
80% of the 65, that's 52. And the
Well-
other 10%, you're doubling it.
no, the way that, once they complete the schematic design phase, you would pay 5% of that 65,
Okay,
okay?
that's not.
So, yeah, so it builds on itself, but the maximum amount you would pay would be the 80% to get through to the bid acceptance
Okay.
portion. Yeah.
That probably be detailed out a little bit more what it is.
Or maybe it's too detailed out.
Pardon?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's too detailed
I
out.
won't discuss that.
Yeah, the 11.5 on page 21 is kind of the scheduled payments as they come due
Yeah,
after the completion of each
of the
each phase of
65%,
design.
5% and 10%.
Right,
And that's all of the 65,450.
yes, yes, that's off of the architect fee.
So just wasn't sure where the percentages stopped until we send it out for bids.
Yeah, I called him visually and he said it would be the 80% rather than, the procurement phase would be to get us to where you're talking about.
So now, we just need to decide for 50 grand if you want to move forward with the design of this building. I myself, he stood up here and we said, find another location if you can. He's been searching. I mean, he's his own entity. I can't tell him, hey, you gotta move over here, but I guess you could, but again, you're not gonna know how the bids come out.
But if it was me, and it was only 5%, we would still do it and probably going to do the project, so it would still come to the 65,000 either way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's costing a little bit more upfront than what we thought it would.
I guess, so the question is, we want to
If you
proceed.
spend the 65,000, it comes in 1.5 million to build this building, you're gonna build the building.
You shut it down right quick.
You ain't gonna shut that
I
down,
can't see
wasting
that.
65,000.
Materials are starting to come down, so.
I know exactly where you're going to, Jesse. That's one of those what ifs. You do.
Like I say, I'm for the fair,
I'll tell you, we gotta support our young people. That's our history and 140 or 150 young people. Tremendous job, Darrell, working on these young people.
And looking at that building, it's the worst looking building down there. I hate to put it that way.
Kind of detracts, I think.
I was inside this year at the fair, there wasn't a lot of exhibits in there, but exhibits were pretty small this year. Other than in the 4-H building, the young kids, our 4-H kids, had some great displays in there. A lot of items.
Yeah.
But in that other building, the displays was really, really short this year.
Well, and I think a lot of that has to do with the atmosphere, that when you open that front door, you're not met with that, you know, disagreeing odor and everything else. And there, we had planned for more exhibits to be over there, that there was water standing and some other stuff.
Well, normally that whole building's got displays in it, even the lean-to's got displays in it.
We try to fill it.
This year, there wasn't any there, but there wasn't, the other side wasn't a third floor.
Jesse has a motion, and I have a second, unless he wants to withdraw his motion.
My question is there any help from the state at all in any project like this?
I am looking into some possibilities. I have contacted a couple people. Bobby Skipper has given me some ideas and some places to pursue. To this point, when I'm panned out, I have one other individual that I haven't contacted yet, that I've been told might have a possibility. So we are kind of exploring some help there. Yes, but the one that Bobby initially gave me the contact on, the percentage of low income in the county doesn't meet the we're higher than what would be required for that. So that took us out of that, we're running for that one. But the gal that I was visiting with on that one gave me the name of another gentleman to contact with another program. And I just haven't had time to get to it yet, but I plan to try to see if we can find some help somehow.
So I have a motion from Bob.
No, Jesse.
Jesse to enter into contract. Did we already have that
Yeah, I
terminology?
had Bob moved earlier.
The original bid,
No, Jesse
Bob
moved, I didn't.
Bob moved, and Jesse seconded. So I got written down. That's what you got in?
I didn't move,
That's what I
Jesse.
had for the earlier this morning. Did you just redo it and I didn't hear it?
I don't, there's been too many things.
It doesn't matter one way or another to
To
me.
me.
Bob can move it, I'll second it.
I write all those things, or jot them all down.
That's what I have.
It's kind of with me.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? She had the terminology in the motion already, if I remember correctly, so. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Darrell, glad to see you're supporting the Bobcats.
Yeah, thanks, gentlemen.
I'll stop by and sign yours, I guess.
Doesn't matter, I've marked on mine, as long as it's a fresh copy, we can sign any of them.
I'll drop by.
Mr. Chairman, are we still asking them to seek another location prior to that building happening? And I don't
Not
mean
at
to
this
put you
time.
on,
Not at this time, but I think we had some discussion, I know we had some discussion earlier that we've got a couple of months now to see where everything lies, to where there could be a lot of space opening up. That's
yeah,
what I'm trying to get
yeah.
to. I mean, a lot of space.
I kind of, we need the space, I fully realize that. I guess I got a little bit of an issue with this taking place. That building chance start could be up in 12 months. Probably ahead of that a little bit, and that's a what if. I got a little problem with them moving and then moving in 3 months, then 6 months later move again.
No.
I would prefer that, for anything possible, allow them to stay where they're at.
Well, and that's, well, okay, now I understand your question.
I'm sorry, I didn't make my question.
I did have a conversation with Darrell, he don't want to move twice.
Okay, I don't want them to move twice.
So, we need to start somewhere.
If this goes, they're gonna be pushing to get this done before the fair.
Next year.
Yeah. They'll do it by June.
I mean, they're gonna be pushing. They may not get it done, but that's what's gonna be their push, is to try to get it done by then.
You could probably have it.
It could happen very easily.
I bet it'll happen.
We had roundtable earlier, do you got something you want to share with us?
If you want to review the HR contract, the HR partners contract, that's finalized. I can print it off, bring it to you, and it's ready to review and to sign. And I'm wearing a mask. My office has been wearing a mask because the Delta variant of COVID, in my mind, just seeing what it's doing across the country, I feel more comfortable with it. I think that's personal preference, but that's why you see me wearing a mask. And I've indicated for the ladies who work in my office, they need to wear a mask. And that's my call, nobody else's. So I can print off the HR partners contract if you want to review that right now. That's one of the contracts I've been going back and forth with their legal counsel. It's finalized. The provisions that I wanted modified and changed have been changed, and I think it just needs your review and signature, if that's what you want to do.
We had discussed those, and as far as I'm concerned, if you've got the changes, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
I'd be in the same boat.
Then that way that can get moving forward.
I think we owe it to those firms
So do we need
to move as
to,
quick as we can.
do we have a motion to authorize the chairman to sign that agreement?
I think we could put one together. I don't have a motion and ready to go. But if you're ready to move forward,
Yes,
okay,
I believe so.
let me print it off. It'll take me however long it takes to go upstairs and hit print.
But can't we just make a motion to authorize the chairman to sign the agreement with HR partners
You can.
for the HR audit? And let's go with that.
You might want to, I think it has a key feature, which is the price tag. And before you agreed to go with HR partners, but there was no discussion about the price tag. So I probably think that you should at least review that, look at that, make sure that's within the parameters so that it's done in an open session.
Yeah, that's a subject we don't know yet, so.
Yeah.
So the second part, maybe it was done already, and this is me being coming from a long line of those who have served in the military. I don't know if you've had a moment of silence already for the 13 service members that lost their lives. If you haven't, I'd recommend you do.
We did it first thing.
Yes, sir. I'm happy to hear that. So I'll go print this off, come back and.
Wade, did you have any development from what we discussed last week?
I still haven't received a call. We can go into an executive session to discuss that. It's a topic that.
You guys wanted to do that earlier today, but you wasn't here.
Yep.
But I mean, I think you and the commissioners, I think we probably ought to.
So we can do that right now. Request 15-minute executive session, myself and the board, to discuss non-elected personnel. It involves disciplinary measures. And I think for now, myself and the board.
For 20 minutes, 30 minutes?
15
minutes.
I'll make the motion.
Tim's moved,
Second.
Jesse seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're going at 1:33. for 15 minutes.
What time did you say?
1:33.
There's blood.
Well, everybody, anyway, does, I do too.
When he gets done, I guess this starts a new one.
New file?
Did you just get that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, we just.
You're not late.
I was like, well, I can never come down.
I'm gonna leave at 2:30.
You better get signed.
Have any tons?
Is there something going on tomorrow? Is there food email in the truck tomorrow?
Not that I'm aware of.
I saw my place.
I'm gonna have to leave at 2:30.
Oh, are they shutting down during the strike?
Yeah.
Good thing we didn't take a lunch break. Needs to happen.
Well, yeah, and
I mean, is it, so are they going to come back and finish signing, or, yeah, if there's enough people to yet?
you may be on by 2:30. I would hope for.
We'll be done with that.
Yeah, it may not be over the weekend.
There's not a lot of paper clips here, so.
So while we're plugging along here, I had a little, conversation with Bobby this morning. He would like to bring Heidi closer proximity. He wants to put her where Carl Lee was presently, or was residing.
It may be.
He's got room for any filing cabinets that Heidi may have to bring with him. He said it's gonna be way more convenient. There's an empty desk sitting there. I say put her there.
Put her there.
I mean, I put her there. I mean, I make it sound like if he needs her in closer proximity, then
If there's a desk there, there's room for an employee there.
there's a desk there.
But I would, and that's fine, that's our choice, but I would talk to Lindsay, inform Lindsay, because that's actually Lindsay's office. I mean, we need to let Lindsay know.
Yeah, I mean, I'll let her know. It's coming. Maryland's their soil samples used to be down here, so. I mean, that's the only thing I saw on there. They used to be down here, so. But no, like I said, Bobby's wanting her in closer proximity, so.
It'd be better if she was closer.
I did hear the meeting went very well the other night, but I missed.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize they moved it to a Thursday night.
So you're all in favor of proceeding with that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I think she needs to be up there where she's closer.
That was my question, Bobby, make sure, I mean, I know she's gonna bring some files with her and this and that, and make sure he had room. He said, yeah, he can accommodate that. He needs her closer by.
Lindsay now. Lindsay's walking.
Just you thought, you don't want to chase Andrea around. But if he wants her closer, what if Andrea moved there?
Well, and I had asked him about that, but then that's one more person that has to move out during executive sessions if she's there too.
Yeah.
So he said it's just easier that if they have a space that they can use it during that time.
I mean,
She's not having stuff out.
there's Lindsay.
Do you have time for a tiny update?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So I was able to get a hold of Dr. Spoyer, and he, on the testing issue, asking him if he would like us to be testing anybody that's symptomatic. And he discussed it with the other physicians, and they are more interested in seeing sick people there. They would like to know how their patients are doing, and they would like for that to be done up there still. So we can always reevaluate that over time, but that's his guidance right now.
Okay.
So if somebody touches base with us, we just need to encourage them to talk to their personal physician.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
Rather than tying up your time.
And then so what?
I kind of thought that was what it
That's
was.
what they've been doing.
Anyway.
Anyway, that's what they've been doing, I
Yeah.
think.
If they're part of an investigation, so if there's 6 people that live in a home and one's already positive, we can do some of them because it's known. I mean, it's not a new thing, but beyond that, so they want to keep it up there, which is fine, so.
Just need to.
So that's the update right now, and we can reevaluate that over time and see if that's how they still feel, next week or
Thank you.
whatever, so. Because we kind of made some plans, if it is something that needs to happen here, we made some plans on how we could make it work, if we're allowed to steal staff from other people, so. It's an option here whenever they're ready for that to be an option, so.
Right. Hey, we just had a little discussion. I talked to Bobby this morning. Heidi's under his direction,
Okay,
and he'd like to use that empty desk. We're in Maryland's area, and for Heidi, so that way when we had executive sessions, he's not running her out. So,
is that happening? Or am I being asked, it's just happening?
I mean, it's an
I'm
empty
being
desk.
asked, or is it?
Can it not happen if there's an empty desk? I mean, Carl was there before,
Right, it's being used now as a water lab.
which she was doing down here, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I had told Bobby that I was not in favor of that, especially if I'm going to be bringing in more staff, but I mean, it's our space, I don't really want to give it up.
Okay.
Are there any other options?
That's probably, it's some of the problem with this corridor, we're running out of options
We're running out of
on space. Yes, we could explore other options, but right now I don't.
Well, I think we've looked at all the options, so I don't know what else, other options to look at. He said he can accommodate her filing cabinets. The soils were down here prior. Carl Lee was there as an empty desk. Oh, can't use it.
I've made the suggestion before and got shot down, but it does not look like we're gonna be going into the commission chambers anytime soon.
No.
What about that once again?
That's where we'll be doing our advanced voting coming up too, just to keep in mind, people through there.
The amazing thing about some of this, all this to me is that prior to COVID, prior to us being here, advanced voting took place somewhere else. Prior to this, Carl Lee occupied a desk in the same area. So, I mean, I understand. It's just me.
Well, I'm going to do advanced voting in my office anymore, no matter what I do there.
But Carl Lee was part of the health department when he was there. I mean,
She's part of the county team. She's a county employee. I mean, not a big difference to me.
Nothing like being railroaded into.
I don't know, not railroaded, just, I mean.
And I understand what Andrea said about, executive session. We don't have all that many minutes of executive session. If we moved Andrea over there on a temporary basis and put Heidi over there where she's right there when Bobby
Heidi
needs
would
her.
be just as temporary as Andrea.
But Heidi is right where Bobby needs her, right there at the time. Andrea and Bobby really don't have a lot of communications, and Andrea could be right there. If that's a move he's making, I hate to keep moving around, but
Well, saying then I'm moving back there because isn't that where I'm gonna be moving once everybody moves around and Bobby moves out?
that'd be a whole different place. It won't be where you are now.
Well, I didn't mean to sound like I'm railroading you. Careful with that terminology. I wasn't railroading. I'm just saying, we're needing office space and there's a desk there. You're saying no, so, okay, I guess, but again, I don't understand why one person can occupy it and another can't, so. But that's fine. We'll figure something else out.
I would rather not at this time, until we get settled in a better place.
What's being utilized there where Carl was, I'm not familiar, what's being done there now since Carl's, is there another location?
I went and looked at it this morning, there's some bags of soils sitting there, that's about it.
Where Carl's desk is?
Her incubator is there.
I'm sorry?
Her incubator for water testing samples is there.
Which used to be down here.
Used to be down here.
So one other thing that we talked to Dr. Slayer about was the county picnic. And he said that, as long as, he's like, even if people are serving food, if they wear gloves and if you can have it outside, that's even better. But he thinks it can be done safely with a few minor tweaks. So I don't know if you guys have made any other decisions in between, but.
No.
That he thinks it can be done safely with a few adjustments.
Okay.
He didn't see a reason to cancel.
Yeah, I think we decided to proceed, so we'll proceed.
Okay.
Wait.
So what I'm handing out is a copy of the HR Partners Human Resources Consulting Agreement. This is the HR Partners is who you selected to provide services related to the McGrath Human Resources audit. And in essence, their response will be to mitigate some of the recommendations just for the sake of covering some of the services that will be provided. And this will be highly summarized, but succession planning, employment recruitment, and hiring practices, that's an area that will be covered. Orientation, onboarding of new employees related to human resources, that will be covered. Records management, covering both human resources and legal, that will be covered. Time worked and record keeping, which covers human resources and legal, that will be covered. Performance evaluations, which covers human resources. Administrative policies and procedures, which is a legal component. Postings related to federal and state laws. That's a minor topic, but it's contained within the HR audit. And then policy and procedure manual, human resources and legal, that's also covered. For the succession planning, employment, recruiting, and hiring practices, the anticipated total hours to cover that particular topic, 140. The orientation and onboarding new employees, that's projected to be 75 hours, record management, 63 hours, time work and record keeping, 241 hours, performance evaluations, 40 hours, administrative policies and procedures, 5 hours, the postings, 4 hours, policy and procedure manual is listed at 40. So within that document,
How many total hours did they end up with, Wade? Did they end up in that 600 range like those originally? 604? They had 582 and they had it misadded.
140, do you have a calculator?
There, fire away. Hold on, let me get to it. Fire away.
140 plus 75 plus 63 plus 241 plus 40 plus 5 plus 4 plus 40.
608.
608 plus 604, so. Their original deal was quoted 582, but that, I know that was changes. So that's very similar to what they said earlier.
So to accomplish this, and so it's transparent, so we cover it adequately in an open session, I mean, the document that that you're reviewing right now would be subject to an open records request. However, just to help cover this particular topic, compensation for services rendered is an area within this agreement, and it starts on page 1 of 3 in subsection C. And it would be to cover 1 year. They anticipate it would take 1 year to fully cover all of these particular issues. And these issues, I'll just read it. Based upon our analysis of the McGrath audit, we project the cost of implementing these recommendations will not exceed $75,000 unless prior written approval is obtained from the Coffee County Commissioners. Services rendered will be billed on an hourly basis per the rate set forth herein. And they will provide a monthly bill based on their whatever hours that have been provided for that particular month, which is a different model than I've seen before, but we'll make that work. So HR partners will be compensated at the rate set forth below for services rendered at the direction of Coffee County. HR partners principal, $175 an hour. HR partners advisor, $110 an hour. Clerical support, $35 an hour. And then there is the potential to have the law side of it involved, and that's under a separate fee structure. So, do you have any questions? That's sort of the highlights.
But the legal side from Dietrich's law firm, his services are inside the not to exceed the 75,000, is that correct?
That is correct, unless there's a written agreement.
Okay.
So I need a motion Jesse's moved
All second.
and seconded. Any further discussion? As for me, I know McGrath did an excellent job of unearthing some situations that need to be remedied, so the sooner the better. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
And one of the things,
Thanks, Wade, for all the work that you put into this to make it come possible, so appreciate what you've done to put this together.
the one feature of the HR partners agreement or program will be the HR partners representative meeting with department heads, and that will include me to talk about and discuss some of the things that need to be done as individual department heads to meet the current mitigation requests that were contained within the audit. So that will be set up, and probably, as I recall, hour increments to not invade or take up people's time so that they can do their job, and it should be pretty accommodating for everybody, as my understanding and impression. So hopefully we'll see them here pretty soon and get this thing up and running and moving.
Hopefully we can get it behind us.
I agree. Have any questions for me? Anything else?
Are you satisfactory with me just signing this one I've got, or do I need to sign several, or?
Nope, but sign the one and then
I've done it. Dated it and
you sign in blue.
blue?
I'm a blue guy.
No.
I got blue.
He's already signed it.
I guess I crook my finger and do it in red, but.
I was told in law school, maybe before that, if you sign something in red, it's a whole lot easier to distinguish the original from another. And I've always stuck with that. So everything I sign in the prosecutor's office or anywhere else, you'll see it signed in red or in blue for that reason. I won't sign in black unless I absolutely have to, which maybe 1 out of every 1,000 times I have to do that. So you know it's not my signature if it's not in blue. How about that?
It's a fake. It's a fake. I got red pencil.
Unless you got something else for us, I don't.
That's it.
Pretty full day. Thank you, sir.
Here's an invoice, equipment rental, $8,000 for a chip spreader did Wayne say this morning he'd returned the chip spreader to Anderson County?
Yeah, they got the other, well, I got to know that he returned it, they got the one fixed that was in Topeka.
But here's a spreader from Kansas City.
But they had rented one.
That they
before they
rented
got-
one earlier.
Before they got Anderson counties, they had rented one.
I was thinking there was something, so this is nothing wrong, it's $8,000. I had it rented from 7/21 to 8/17, almost 4 weeks. So,
Fuel filters. Never read.
Do you know how many air filters and fuel filters in this county? Oh, wow. That's all I know.
Exactly.
I'll tell you, they bring a van stuff, 2 vans stuff, full of air filters to me. We do them every 6 months. I mean, utility vans.
This maintenance cost.
Through the roof. Are you going through your filing cabinet, Bob?
Yeah.
You'll be looking for something next Monday.
This is pretty old stuff. And that's okay. We need 200 people for changes. So you can go back over that. Changes. We released a list of students' names going to college. Yeah.
You see that?
Makes me sick.
I want one. Yeah. Oh, it's gonna take twice, 3 times? Who? Yes, sir. You're making me want one.
Do what?
Sit down, Bob, it's making me want one.
I'm not starting. We're waiting on you, Johnson.
We'll keep getting interrupted over there.
Whether it's pushing brooms or what, we gotta be doing something.
might have to carry that one out ourselves. Team effort.
I wonder if they open back up the airport.
Trying to sort through it, see what you need to keep and not.
Yeah.
What I throw away, I think next Tuesday probably.
That's what I was telling Bob. I said, you're just gonna look for it next Tuesday. and I'll start
Next
doing it."
Tuesday, you'll be looking at what you.
Somebody will have a copy of it.
Yep, that's what I'm.
I need to go through mine, but I don't know where to start.
Somebody will have a copy of it.
Then turn it down, man. Tom, was there ever any discussion over to the property? Of
Today?
price, of price?
Yes, 80.
You sure you don't need that next week?
But I said, a lot of his repetitions, what I did keep.
We can always go out.
You know, I don't know as far as, quick remedies is something, that would be one, but I have not seen the entire, again, the interior of that at all in years. Years.
I haven't been inside that building since Paulie left. But that whole, the back third of that building is just one big office space, if I remember right. Takes in the whole backside, probably 20 foot deep. And I'm not too sure there's a restroom, and I'm not too sure there isn't only one 10 by 10 office or 12 by 12. Because the front's on. And like I said, that's the last time I was in it, but long time. But there's not much petitions in there. What's in there could be changed quick.
Well, it's a red iron
Because it's
building.
probably got a false ceiling.
Yeah, it's a red iron building. Design, I mean, it's, you don't need them in the interior walls, period. I think now back in the back, there's an addition added on the back that was stick built that some of those walls might require. No, actually, they were single span trusses, so, no.
I think all the walls are covered with, I'm not gonna say paneling or sheetrock. It's been too long, Jesse. But the interior, I mean, there wasn't nothing wrong with the interior of it. And I think what walls there could probably be moved fairly quick, but
Yep.
I don't know what the carpet, I don't know if it's carpet or tile. I don't remember the floor.
Carpet,
It is carpet.
pretty sure.
But it was well, if I remember, it was well maintained.
You see the smoke, don't you? Coming from my ears.
I just need a signal to go along with it, I guess, you know.
What would it
A,
take?
B, C, or what, I don't know. What would it take? I don't know, I think you'd drop another 80 in it. With the price of materials now to get, I mean, maybe not that much, but
I wouldn't,
estimate on the high side.
I wouldn't think it would take me all that to finish it, but like I said, I don't know the quality of the carpet or the ceiling, I don't know.
And that's what I'm thinking, if you just went and did it and started over, but
Here's my other thing. Why can't you put the health department over there?
I don't know.
That would take a lot of remodeling because they've got to have separate rooms for this and that.
But I mean, it's gonna free up an awful lot here too.
I think they got more square face.
They got more square.
I think so.
They wouldn't have as much of that. I bet that building, I'm not sure, I said the other day, it's 30 by 50, I'm not sure it's that big. I hadn't walked at all,
We can find out real quick.
won't take long to walk at all.
Now, the only other discussion is buy that old church and turn it into several offices.
Too many people can't make it up and down the stairs, of course,
We
the
have
stairs
to
here.
and say, kept accessible on the south side there. You know, and it wouldn't just be, it wouldn't have to just be county, it would be like, I mean, you could,
Well, if somebody wanted.
local
an office
lawyer,
building, Yeah.
needed an office space or whatever. That's another option.
We have a commission room in the old sanctuary,
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
balcony, people could come in and sit, watch.
There's a balcony and everything in there. I've been in that building for 30 or 40 years.
Is it structurally sound?
But
I believe so.
the reason the church moved out is because the balcony was deemed unsafe.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Because, and I think the main thing was because there was no railing around it.
Around, keep people from
There was,
falling off.
there
the
was a
balcony.
railing that was about yay high. So I think it was just used as an excuse to go build a new one. My personal
If
opinion.
they had the funds available, it'd be a good excuse.
I just thought they had
It'd
some
be a lot-
donations and was able to do it, that's why they moved, I did not know.
Be a lot safer.
I just know that's another idea that's been kind of thrown out there.
Well, I'm sitting here, you know, so-and-so doesn't want so-and-so, and so-and-so doesn't have the room, and they're stuffed in the economic development room, but the economic development room, I don't know. I don't know the answer to it.
Well, I don't either, but find somebody content with somewhere. There's somebody or something.
We hadn't discussed that, putting economic development over there. Because we could take care of, but that's what I was talking about. Economic development also does a lot with emergency management. And then I discovered we're gonna move emergency management out. Well, I'm with you. It might be a place for an EOC, but I don't know if we want all our emergency management employees out there all the time.
Well, and then, you know, as far as driving through a plume, I mean, somebody's gonna have to drive through.
Somebody,
Or something.
what
I don't know.
makes the difference if you're driving from that direction coming here? Or they're driving through.
I can see the need for an EOC, I mean, operations area, I mean, I really can. And I'm not against it at all. I mean, just like what you have here, where everybody can show up. I mean, don't matter if you're here or there, depending on which way the wind blows, somebody's driving through something.
Drive fast.
Yeah. Don't turn on the air conditioner.
Put my mask on.
As far as the EOC, we just did away with going to Topeka or going to Wolf Creek. We could still be in contact with our dispatcher over the phone.
No, I can see why, I can see why he wants a control center there.
Yeah.
Again, the staff wouldn't really have to go. You just can't move dispatch down here.
But other people have to go there then.
You have to go somewhere.
I mean, that's it. I mean, yeah.
Somebody gotta do something.
Either they're coming here or we're going somewhere there. It's, either way, somebody's gonna be going.
Yeah. I mean, all I know is, I don't think he wants a jail next to the elementary or grade school, preschool and all like that anymore. Just, you know, like you say, you can't let them out, the inmates out for exercise.
You know, we don't talk about extension over there, but maybe how much would it take for economic development to move over there? I mean, do they need, they make petition walls and stuff. A lot of offices and stuff have those.
That building be plenty big enough for economic development.
And you still got the back room for conference
You
room.
got back room for conference room. They could turn around and hold their meetings over there. Would have to come in here.
And then we could still be using that room
For-
and not be
for
interrupting
executive
them all the
session.
time.
Exactly.
Like I say, I think when the HR partners start frequenting here, they're gonna need a place to be and talk to, and that's why I was thinking that they moved and they, economic could go over there, but I mean,
could we,
five heads better than
could
one.
we get a year lease on that or something? With the potential if we need to.
I think if it gets to the point where we gotta do any remodeling at all, we're better off just buying and have it over with. That's what I think. I don't like.
It's right across the street.
I don't like lease deals.
real handy.
It's right across the street. Yeah.
You'd want to change a little bit of the
Is
parking.
the Trimble family still got it?
Mhm.
But we could put the same parking that we have in front of the park.
True.
True, right on it there.
Yep, true.
True, the city would be willing to work with us.
I'll let Bobby
I think it's
explore
something.
that.
Yeah.
If that's okay.
That might be something, before we jump in and do anything, that might be something we want to look at. That might be the avenue to go. Who knows?
I think it's something they take.
Well, I don't know, we got lots of options. I mean, still be nice to see how much the ag office and the 4-H building would be, but
And if we planned on moving Bobby over there for the time being anyway, at least, then we wouldn't be moving ag, be worrying about, we wouldn't be moving them again now.
Yeah.
Leave them where they're at. And I don't know.
it's not like that could be rented out for a lawyer's office later time, if it had to be or something, so.
Yeah, Bobby's office wouldn't have near as much stuff to move.
Not near as much 4-H.
Really not as much. I mean, we're talking 3 people in there. And they've got it in 2 little rooms right now. Everything they've got, they got in 2 little rooms, so.
Yeah.
And if petitions would divide,
It don't take long to put a petition
no,
in.
it doesn't.
I don't remember now whether there's 1 or 2 offices in that building, I just don't recall. I think it's something, it isn't gonna hurt, to me, it ain't gonna hurt to explore. And I would think they might come off that figure, but
I'll have him look.
I'm sorry.
I'll have Bobby look.
Bobby's a negotiator.
Do what, Bob?
Bobby's a negotiator.
He's not afraid to get involved.
Anybody got anything else? You all done over there?
He's got writer's cramp.
I'll put half of them back.
He can get you a stamp, Tim.
Anything else? Andrea, no? Got
Next Tuesday, do it.
Tuesday, yes. Keep in mind Labor Day is Monday, so re-adjourn on Tuesday, September 7th. We'll reconvene. We'll adjourn at 2:33.
Moving